Good morning, my beautiful, wonderful audience. All of you, please settle down. And thank you so very much for giving us the support and your cooperation. We have the most wonderful people of the world sitting over here with us today. I said wonderful because that complements everything. Not just their intelligence, not just being academicians, they are the most humble, simple and friendly people we have with us today. Irrespective of their designation and their positions, we have the vice chancellors, we have the renowned personalities of the world with us today from USA, but they're so simple human beings that I couldn't stop myself giving them the compliment right over here. I won't even feel that Professor Johnson can be such a friendly person. And when I come to our Honorable Vice Chancellor of GM University, Professor Nagaraju is another father to me. That has its own history. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me the support in that emotional part of my life. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We will start the program right away. Again, I welcome you all. Thank you so very much.
Of cultural heritage is home to a multitude of tribal communities, each with its unique customs, languages, and traditions, making it a vibrant crucible of ethnic heritage. This region, historically marginalized, finds its spirit and resilience mirrored in the establishment of the Central University of Odisha, an institution born out of a vision to democratize access to quality education and to kindle the flame of knowledge in areas far removed from the urban educational hubs. Nestled in the serene highlands of Koraput, the Central University of Odisha emerges as a luminous beacon of higher education and intellectual inquiry. This university was conceived with the noble intention of transcending geographical and social barriers, aiming to elevate the educational landscape in regions lagging the national average in terms of graduate enrollment ratios. Its foundation in Koraput, a part of the Quebec region, underscores a commitment to nurturing talent and providing opportunities for higher learning in an area characterized by its tribal culture and heritage, but also by its developmental challenges. Under the visionary leadership of Professor Chakradhar Tripathi, our esteemed Vice Chancellor, the university visions to emerge as a premier institution of the new millennium under the ethos of global knowledge paradigms and the spirit of inclusivity form the cornerstone of its educational philosophy. It aspires to balance the demands of teaching, scholarship, and societal engagement, fostering a research-centric academic culture that contributes to the local and global knowledge pool. The mission complements this vision by advocating for quality education accessible to all, emphasizing inclusive education to reach the marginalized and undeserved communities, thereby strengthening the nation's intellectual backbone. By striving to reach an international university level, this university aims to make not only the state but also the nation proud. Aligned with the university's overarching objectives, the Department of English Language and Literature, DEL, is animated by a vision to achieve international standards in education and research, specifically in the realms of English language and literature. The department is committed to continuous improvement, seeking to bring the highest quality of education and facilities to its students and to cultivate scholars and professionals who can compete on an international stage. The mission of DEL is thus expanded to include the development of a robust academic and research infrastructure that supports the intellectual and professional growth of its students. This includes the establishment of a state-of-the-art language laboratory, a comprehensive departmental library, and a dedicated research unit focusing on indigenous knowledge systems, travel literature, folk culture and translation.
The department's commitment to teaching, research and community engagement aims to produce graduates who are not only well versed in their subject matter, but are also capable enough to contribute to global discourse and cultural understanding.
Thank you, everyone.
Literature from around the globe to the international conference titled Beyond Horizons, Exploring the World in World Literature, hosted by the Department of English Language and Literature at the Central University of Orissa. This is Srishti Mukherjee, a second-year MA English student at the Comparing Desk. Set against the backdrop of the rich cultural heritage and the intellectual vibrancy of Orissa, and particularly the very scenic landscape of Koraput, this conference promises to be a pivotal gathering for intellectual exploration, seeking to unravel the intricate tapestry of world literature and its global significance. In an increasingly interconnected world, the boundaries of literature have expanded beyond geographical constraints, transcending linguistic, cultural, and ideological divides. As we embark on this intellectual journey, we aim to delve deeper into the diverse narratives, voices, and perspectives that constitute the rich tapestry of world literature. Through rigorous scholarly debates, inquiry, and interdisciplinary dialogue, we seek to unravel the complexities of literary texts that traverse continents, epochs, and civilizations. Literature, in its myriad forms, serves as a mirror, reflecting the very complex realities of human existence across time and space. From the ancient epics of Homer to the contemporary works of writers like Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, Haruki Murakami, and others, literature has the power to transcend cultural barriers, guiding us in our quest to unravel the mysteries of literature and celebrate the rich diversity of human expression that binds us together as a global community. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your participation in this conference. May our deliberations be marked by intellectual curiosity, open-mindedness, and spirit of camaraderie as we embark on this journey of exploration, discovery, and dialogue that transcends the horizons of the known and the familiar. Thank you. We will now begin with the proceedings of the day. Our collective happiness in welcoming our distinguished guests and foreign delegates to the Central University of Orissa. So that they can please take up their seats on the dais. Professor Chakradhar Tripathi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Orissa. Professor N.C. Panda, Dean, School of Languages, Registrar in Charge, Finance Officer in Charge, CEO. Our guest of honor, Professor N. Nagaraju, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Nandagaon University. Professor Anil Johnson, Idaho State University, USA, the International Conference 2024. Professor Bill Ashcroft from the University of New South Wales, Sydney, will be joining us virtually.
With a very heavy heart, I have to announce it today. I have been coming across all the sad news for the past 7 days. Day before yesterday evening, I received a message from Professor Bill Ashcroft. He had a massive heart stroke. He is hospitalized, and I pray to God he recovers soon. But he was insisting he will join us soon, and he will be online sharp at 11:30. So big hand for this generous person. And I said, sir, you don't have to come online even, because I can understand your health situation. But then he said, no, I want to meet your people. So he will be with us sharp at 11:30. So let's pray for his recovery. Over to you, Srishti.
Just a round of applause is never enough to show our profound gratitude for having such eminent delegates with us today. So join me in cordially felicitating our guests with shawls and bouquets that symbolize our gratitude. I'd like to call upon our student representatives to please come and felicitate the guests. our beloved HOD, Dr. Vishwasahitya Party, will be felicitating Professor Alan Johnson. Our student Salwa sir will be felicitating Professor N.C. Panda. And lastly, Dia Shah will be felicitating Dr. Nilshani Tripathi. Dr. Nilshani Tripathi will be felicitating Vice Chancellor.
I think it's an honor for me and privilege that I should take the opportunity to honor our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. And I thought it should be kept at the end, because if the university is prospering today, it is because of him. And he told me from the beginning, this is part of the success last semester. Felicitate our guests first. Thank you.
बृहस्पति दधातु ओम भद्रं कर्णे विष्णुयाम देवाः स्थिरैरङ्गैः व्यसेमहि देवहितं यदायुः ओम सन्नो इन्द्रो गृह
Buildings, we don't have high infrastructure, we have a small nest, and we are nestled in the highlands of Koraput, and we are highlanders, of course, because we think high. Maybe we don't have all the facilities that is available across the state, across the country, and across the universe and the globe, but trust me, if anything that makes us special is our unity, and that is our strength, and day and night we strive together to build up this university and bring it to the international platform. There was a time everybody sitting in this hall will obviously accept Koraput had been a punishment posting to the people. Professor Johnson, I would like to mention you, people used to get scared to come to this place, and it was like a punishment posting to them. My uncle, who was a collector, his first posting over here was, he was an IS officer and he was scared to come to this place, but then he loved this place so much. My another uncle was an IPS officer, even his first posting was to this place, and they suggested me, you have to go to Koraput. I was in Bhubaneswar, state ki Rajdhani hai, it is the capital of the state, but then I realized, if God is sending me here, and I opted for this university because even God knows that I am strong enough to build up this university. And I will try my best to pull up this university to the international level. And as I very well mentioned in the video that you watched in the beginning, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this credit, the background voice was mine, because I thought I should dedicate that video to this university. And I'm really thankful to all the people sitting over here for being a great support. We need your support. And the writing that I spoke over there in that video has been somehow given and supported by my student Priti Das. She helped me up in writing that, and we took days to prepare this video. And that is why I told you, we are nestled, we are in a nest. This is our home. Welcome to my family. Sometimes it happens in our life when you become speechless. Today morning, I couldn't even think what to speak, because I'm passing through a moment in my life where I'm speechless. Two occasions are there in your life that makes you silent. when you are in your ecstasy, too much of joy and happiness, and you don't feel, "Main kya bolu? What can I say? I'm so happy." You're speechless. Your tongue is tied. The another moment is when you go through a tough time in your life or trauma. You lose someone very special in your life. That makes you silent. And I'm so lucky. I'm enjoying both the moments now. If I lost someone very precious to my life, I've got such a beautiful strength, a beautiful audience, and the people on the dais right in front of me who are giving me the support and telling me, "Don't worry, we are with you." The conference was about to be on hold, but if we are able to run this conference today, it is because of my family, Central University of Odisha, who gave me the strength and said, "Ma'am, hum aapke saath hain. We are with you." Thank you so much for being a part of this family. And I welcome my guests, the paper presenters, the participants. You are most welcome to the family of the Central University of Odisha. Let me take this honor to come to the formal part of the day, introducing Professor Alan Johnson first. The first thing I would like to mention about him, his simplicity, his integrity, such a nice person, so down to earth. Yesterday when I received him in the guest house, I was really scared and terrified, thinking, "Oh my God, how to receive such a wonderful, famous personality." And he was so down to earth. He had tea with me, he just discussed, and he knows more than me about India. That was really wonderful. And another mesmerizing thing, if I can reveal it, he has an Indian wife. And it might sound, I don't know in what way you will take it, and my first question to him was, "How is your experience with an Indian wife?" And he didn't even mind. He said, "Yeah, it's nice." I thought he will feel bad, and he will take it otherwise. He said, "Yeah, it's nice. She's nice. She's a wonderful lady." I said, "How do you find India?" He said, "I was almost half raised in India." Thank you so much for being a part of our university. Alan Johnson teaches post-colonial literature at Idaho State University with a specialty in Indian writing and culture. His most recent book is Forests, Real and Imagined, Writing the Modern Nation. No wonder you agreed to come to our university, because you have been working on the Indian forest system. And he has published on, among other topics, the status of the humanities, British Indian literature, and eco-critical examinations of Indian writers. Coming next, David Damrosch. We say the pioneer of world literature. As from the beginning, he said he will be online with us because he is too much occupied for the month of March completely. We will have his session online 5:30 because that will be 7 o'clock early morning. I said, "Sir, आपका वहाँ रात होता है, हमारे यहाँ सुबह होता है. How will we match the time? May the mind will match. Can I ask my audience to stay for your session midnight?" He said, "What time you will be comfortable?" I said, "Sir, the moment you get up in the morning." He said, 7 o'clock. I said, "Fine." So just imagine, this famous person, he will wake up in the morning and 7 o'clock he will start his session, which is 5:30 over here in India. A huge round of applause for David Damrosch. David Damrosch is Ernst Borman Professor of Comparative Literature at Harvard University and Director of Harvard's Institute for World Literature, a past president of the American Comparative Literature Association. He was awarded the Wilson Prize in 2023 for his work in world literature. His books include What is World Literature? How to Read World Literature, Comparing the Literature's Literary Studies in a Global Age, and most recently, Around the World in 80 Books, 2021. As well, 24 edited or co-edited volumes. He has given several hundred lectures in 50 countries around the world, and his work has been translated into an eclectic variety of languages, including Arabic, Chinese, Danish, French, German, Japanese, Persian, Polish, Portuguese, Romanian, Spanish, Turkish, Vietnamese. Oh my God, I don't think any other language or dialect is left. He's currently at work on a book entitled Script Worlds, Writing Systems and Cultural Memory. Very soon, I think this book is going to be published for the world. Professor Bill Ashcroft, I wish a speed and quick recovery. Bill Ashcroft is an emeritus professor in the School of English, Media and Performing Arts, a founding exponent of post-colonial theory, co-author of The Empire Writes Back. I think we all have grown up reading this book in English literature. If I mention over here in this podium, I will say, if I know anything about post-colonial literature, then it is reading Frantz Fanon and Willis Croft, The Empire Writes Back. He has authored and is the co-author of 21 books, variously translated into 5 languages, including Post-Colonial Transformations, Post-Colonial Futures, Caliban's Voice, Intimate Horizons, and Utopianism in Post-Colonial Literature. He is author of over 200 chapters and papers, and he is on the editorial board of 10 international journals. Ladies and gentlemen, in English literature, I don't think I have mentioned anything special that people sitting over here must have not known so far. Because we have marked up these books even for our PhD, for net examinations, and various other examinations even. Now coming to the pioneers, the founding members, the founding figures, and the strong pillars of our university, and the strong pillar of Gangadhar Meher University, Professor N. Nagaraju. Let me introduce you, Professor N. Nagaraju. The first thing about him I will tell you, I lost my father in GM University during Corona, and he was the person who gave me the strength, because I still remember another function was there in another 7 days, and he said, you can do that. And I did it. Thank you so very much for being the emotional strength to me, sir. Professor N. Nagaraju, though he is the Vice Chancellor, but he never made us realize he's the Vice Chancellor of the university. Mention any class, mention any PhD, Viva dissertation, or anything happening academically, he is the first person to be present there. And so far as in the Department of English, I have never come across any Viva, any interview, any interaction with the students and the PhD scholars where I have not found Professor N. Nagaraju, sir. He is the backbone of the department, I believe, and it is because of him that Gangadhar Meher University has reached to this point. And so far as simplicity is concerned, I am the witness to it. Thank you so very much for founding up that university, sir. Coming to our Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Registrar of the University, Professor N.C. Panda. We cannot separate them. Why? Not personally I mention it. I mean to say, these two people are holding the university from both the sides. With the promise, we will not let this university go down. Professor N.C. Panda, sir, he is holding 4 charges here, sir. He is the Dean, School of Languages, he is the Finance Officer, he is the Registrar, and he is the Director Accuracy. Wholeheartedly, he is following up and doing all his duties. And I still remember there was a court case going on. Such legal issues, litigations come up with every university. And he was in the court when his sugar level was 330. I really appreciate your strength, sir. Had it been anybody else, would have just backed out. But he said, no, I will stand here for the university. Professor Chakradhar Tripathi, sir, he is with me in this emotional moment. When I heard of Professor Willis Croft, I thought, I don't know what is going to happen to him. And next day morning, I heard about my mother. And then, luckily, VC sir called me up that at that moment of time, it was like God has called me. And he said, I said, sir, mere pair nahi khade ho raha. I'm not even able to stand listening to such sad news happening with me. He said, नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने मम्मी का, अपने माँ का अंतिम संस्कार किया, सौगंध किया, फिर आके ऑफिस में बैठे। अर्जुना अपने बेटे को खो के युद्ध में आके युद्ध क्षेत्र में लड़ाई की। You have to stand up and you have to fight. That gave me the strength, sir. Thank you so very much. And I don't regret giving this statement in this hall today. I don't regret coming to Koraput, living all the wonderful privileges of this state. Because maybe it is the trust and faith of God and our Honorable Vice Chancellor that I am here today. And I am here from today, on the death of my mother, I promise, I dedicate myself to this university and to this country. Thank you so very much.
Om Vishwani Devas Savitar Dhuritani Parasuva Yadbhatram Tanna Om Namami Shirasang Devi Vidya Buddhi Pradainim Bharatam Kachapi Hastan Bhagdevim Kamalasanam. Most respected Vice Chancellor of Central University of Odisha, Professor Chakravarti ji, keynote speaker Professor Alan Johnson from USA, guest of honor Professor N. Nagaraju, Honorable Vice Chancellor of GM University, Odisha, professors, delegates, and the coordinator Dr. Giridharini Tripathi, Head Department of English, Central University of Odisha, other speakers, delegates, students, my dear colleagues. So this is a great occasion, great event. I heartily welcome to you all in this great international conference organized by Department of English, Central University of Odisha. This is the second time. First time last year, this month, this university, this department organized this type of seminar, that is International Conference of English, and we are repeating this again in the same month. That is another international conference, and this is the first department that organizing two international conferences last year and this year. So I happily congratulate to the head of the Department of English, Dr. Giridharini Tripathi Madam, for her continuous positive effort and endeavor for this great success of this international conference. As very outset, it is told that students from outside of Odisha have already arrived here to participate, and I have gone through some of the abstracts. It is more than 150 abstracts the department has received, and this is a record also. So, moreover, we all are teachers, maybe vice chancellors, maybe registrar, maybe dean. We all are teachers, and a teacher knows about the teaching, the learning, how to impact, how to give the knowledge to the students. This is the Guru Shishya Parampara, according to Indian tradition. And the students may be subject English, may be subject Sanskrit, maybe Hindi, maybe Odia, maybe anthropology, history, whatever may be. But we all are students. Many things to learn from different stages of life. So we all are here to learn something, to know something, to teach something, to get something, and to present something before you. This is the system of our Indian traditional knowledge system, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, because knowledge is totally absolute. It is eternal. As I have told, language may be Sanskrit, language may be English. It is the way expression of our views and feelings. This is something different. But knowledge is permanent. Knowledge is eternal. In Bhagavad Gita, what is told? Nahi jnanena sadrisam pavitram iha vidyate. So the knowledge is eternal always. The rest things are not eternal. It is temporary. Our body also, the wealth, everything you see, the decoration, everything. This is knowledge is only permanent in this world, just like the soul of your heart. So this is the thing that we are learning from our ancient Indian tradition, that is the Rishi Parampara, the Guru Parampara. The Rishi, the seers, they are our teachers. They are the seers. They can see the mantras. They can see the knowledge. They are the great teachers of our Indian culture. So you can say maybe Bharadwaja, maybe Vasishtha, maybe Vishwamitra. So all are our ancient teachers, and our Vedic culture. What we learn from our Vedic culture, because the tradition before you, that is Deepa Prajwalana, Saraswati Pujan, this we get from our tradition. This is the traditional values of Indians, not to me, but to you all who are sitting here. So that respect to the teachers is the great tradition, Indian tradition, Guru Shishya, Akhanda Mandalakaram, Vyaptam Jina Characharam, Tatpadam Darasitam Jina, Tasmesti Grovena. So Guru is the great, Guru is the teacher, Guru is the, you can say, give you the blessings. Father is the Guru, Father is the teacher, Mother is the teacher, Mother is the Guru. So all these things we learn from our old tradition, that the Sanskrit, the English, the Hindi, whatever the subject may be, but we learn many things from our teachers, from our scriptures, our eternal scriptures, the Vedas, our eternal scriptures, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata also. So these are the things that our students should learn, that the Naitika Shiksha, you can say the moral, ethical values of our Indian tradition, we should know it, we should understand it, we should follow it. Follow means Mahajana Gatasya Pantha, we should learn from it from our teachers. Because why you are here, the seminar, the conferences, the workshop, the speech, it means an exchange between teacher and students' views. Because Upanishads, it teaches us sit before the teacher, sit before the Guru, so that you can learn many things. Because teachers can teach you perfectly. So that perfectness you will get it from our ancient Indian knowledge system. So, because why I am telling all these things before the audience, I mean the students of English, because English people, I mean English is a language, and language is what? Maybe any language you can say, but we shouldn't forget our mother tongue, that is Matri Bhasha. Because in Atharvaveda it is told, Mata Bhumi Putroham Prithibhyaha. This motherland is our real mother. We are sitting here, we are learning here, we are everything, we are getting many things from our mother and motherland. So sometimes you say it is the great land of Bharata, great land of India, you can say, the foreigners, they can say it. Because I have traveled so many countries, including Australia, Canada, so many countries, Southeast, almost all the Southeast Asian countries I have visited. I have seen the students there, I have taught there, and I know ultimately what is true. Maybe Buddhists, maybe Christians, maybe Hindus, maybe Jainas, maybe any other communities. But I know one thing, that is, truth is eternal. Satyameva jayate nahidam. Truth is always eternal. And that is our knowledge, is the truth only. So we are sitting here to get something, to know something, to understand something. That is the knowledge, that is our eternal truth. Bharatiya Jnana Parampara means Satya, Daya, Dharma, Kshama, all these things, Karuna, Mudita, all these things we learn from our scriptures. So finally, I will not talk much about the seminar or conferences, because scholars are here, they will deliberate, they will speak many things before you. So first of all, I will congratulate our Honorable Vice Chancellor that due to his great inspiration, this is being done here second time, I mean the second international conference of English in this university. So I must thank you to our Honorable Vice Chancellor and the coordinator of this conference. Last week she lost her mother. So in spite of all these tragedies, she's sitting here and working day and night to give a great success to this conference. So I definitely mention here that Goddess Durga bless her and provide her the Shakti so that this can be completed without any trouble. And the whole administration is with this conference. We are also working together. Sangachadham, Sangbadadham, Sambhu Manangsi Janatam, Deva Bhagam Yatha Purve, Sanjanana Upasate, Samana Mantra Samiti Samani, Samana Chitta Sahachitta Vesam. This is the motto, this is the idea of the Vedic seers, that we are sitting here together, working together, and learning together. This is the motto of this conference. This is the knowledge system of India. So I definitely congratulate to you all, those who are sitting here and outside of this hall also, my you can say my best wishes to you all. Thank you, the organizers, and the whole team of English department also, and the media who are sitting here. I thank you all for your kind presence, and the students, I must say, you learn something, you get something, you do something for your motherland, our motherland, in this whole world. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Participating in this conference, and I want to thank Professor Tripathi for, as has been said, she has been through so much and is still putting on a wonderful conference, and so thank you for this. And wonderful hospitality. It's beautiful surroundings. I also want to thank the Vice Chancellor Tripathi for having me, Professor Pandu, for your gracious presence, and also my old friend, Professor Nagaraja, who from Gulbarga, Central University. So it's nice to see familiar faces. I should say I left Monday after a snowstorm, so I was lucky to get out. So this is quite a contrast. And it's a wonderful contrast. I don't like the cold weather. So I'm in the mountainous area of the western United States. That's where my university is. I'm not from there originally, but this is my 25th year. And so seeing the hills here was very nice, familiar, because I also come from this rural university in a mountainous area. And I'm looking forward to meeting all of you and talking and getting questions and so forth, and look forward till tomorrow. And I'm also honored to be in the company of Professor Bill Ashcroft, who will shortly be addressing us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now join me in welcoming our guest of honor for the International Conference, Professor N. Ramaraju, on the podium. So we are eager to hear you.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Koraput, pleased to meet His Honor, trying as he is hard to put this university on its feet. So you are one of the reasons why I have been here. The Registrar, Professor Panda, whom I met last time, and Dr. Nijirani, whom I have been interacting for the last few years. Even as I was thinking of her personal loss, when I came here, it was such a surprise that she could line up such eminent academicians, David Damrosch, who has been a leading light in world and comparative literature, and one of the foremost theoreticians in that field. Second, Bill Ashcroft, as Dr. Nijirani has told, we have all grown up reading his Empire Writes Back and series of other writings. He's one of the theoreticians who defined the field of post-colonial studies. And then my old friend, Alan, whom I have been interacting since 2014, I believe? Yeah, 2004. I'm pleasantly surprised to find him here in this corner of the earth, nestled as it is in this green and, pristine fields. Thank you, Alan. It's nice meeting you after a long time. One of the things that surprised me when I came here is the world in world literature. These days, hardly you find a conference with this kind of theme. I'm just wondering. But then, Dr. Nijirani, when she said the agenda of me, I get to know the reason being that probably David Damrosch and Bill Ashcroft. But I thought I would have to make a presentation, but I would be very brief. My argument, as far as this theme is concerned, will be along the lines of Bill Ashcroft. You see, if you see the world literature, the way it came out in the 19th century, it came and established itself at the high noon of imperialism, or what is called in theoretical or philosophical terms, positivism. And one of the founding fathers, if you can use that word, is Goethe. And Goethe sees world literature as at the end of European nationalism. As nationalism was growing, he saw that it might limit the creative acumen of the European, particularly German mind. He said there should be an interaction among the European nations. So he posited the term world literature. So it has one, that is one. Second, at that time, much of the commerce, Peter Johann writes this article. At that time, Peter Johann tells, much of the commerce in Europe, or German nations' commerce, is to occur in European nations. So these are the two reasons why Goethe posited world literature. But coming back to our own nation, we usually quote Tagore as a Vishwasahitya with regard to Vishwasahitya. But again, here we should very critically look at what Tagore has said. And Tagore, you have all must have read about his numerous essays on nationalism. But Tagore's nationalism, more than nationalism, he talks about antinomies of nationalism, the contradictions in nationalism, not just nationalism. What is called antinomies of nationalism. And he compares the indigenous society with the nation state. He compares the machine power of the nation state with the Atma Shakti. He uses the word Atma Shakti of the indigenous society. And he compares the totalitarian nature of nation state with the diffusing, diversified elements of original society, that is Indian society. Then posits compassion, cooperation versus competition. So he says Indian society is a society of cooperation, mutuality, whereas nation state aggrandizes nationness, and which is also the basis for competitive spirit. All right? But the most important thing when we say the world literature, we have to talk in terms of what Edward Said gave us a theoretical tool. That tool is the notion of geography. Edward Said says geography, the actual geography, is a category which should interrogate both the world literature and the European perspective, which often talks us in our thought. So he talks about the imaginary geography and the actual geography. Imaginary geography is a construct of the Orient on which Orientalism is based, whereas the actual geography is the strength from which resistance to imperialism, resistance to colonialism has come up. And he says that actual geography is our strength. That diversified geography is our strength. I don't think I have time right now. There is a very beautiful quote by Tagore on Bharatvarsha where the Atma Shakti and he uses another word, the vital power. He uses a number of Sanskrit words. You must remember those words. And he uses against the nation state that the British Empire has given us. So these are the certain things I thought the conference should take up, particularly interrogating the category of world literature from a post-colonial nationalist perspective. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. We are elated to welcome Professor Bill Ashcroft with us today virtually.
Sir, can you see us?
I can see Professor, the professors on the table.
Sir, welcome to the Central University of Odisha, India. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, I'm ready to be let into the meeting.
Yeah, sir. How do you feel today morning?
Oh, I'm very pleased to be here, but I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person because of medical emergency. But I'm happy to be here for this talk. And
So the audience really sorry for your health condition. We all are with you. We pray to God for your quick recovery, and I'm sure very soon you will get well and you will be in our university. Maybe in another few months. God is with you. We
well,
all pray for your quick recovery. Get
thank
well
you very
soon.
much. Yeah.
Over to you, sir.
Okay. Well, as I said, I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but I want to present the a paper on the multiplicity of modernity. Now, I'm trying to navigate this. I'm not used to Google Meet, but the right. Okay. All right. Now, can you see? Oh, can you see me?
Sir, we can see you. You are audible and visible both ways. You
Can
can
you see
proceed.
me? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, there we are.
Yes, sir. Here is your presentation. You can see that, sir.
Okay. Well, all right. I want to talk about modernity today, and I open with a statement by Marshall Berman from All That Is Solid Melts into Air. Modernism and modernization have nourished an amazing variety of visions and ideas that aim to make men and women the subjects as well as the objects of modernization, to give them the power to change the world that is changing them, to make their way through the maelstrom and make it their own. Now, these are particularly pertinent words when we're thinking of the diverse cultures that have created their own modernities. They are power to change the world that is changing them. And the place of the nation state is an interesting one. We have heard that globalization overwhelms the nation state, but we saw in the financial crisis that the nation state came into its own, and so we're facing a very interesting time in history now. Fukuyama talked about the end of history, that there was nothing else left but capitalism. And Samuel Huntington, in a terrifically Orientalist turn, talked about the clash of civilizations. And as Edward Said said, the idea of the clash of civilizations leaves out so much of the particularity of cultures. And so ideas of conflict and progress boiled down into a conflict of civilizations. Now, in an interesting book called The Yawning Vacuum, A World Without Alternatives, Kotari talks about the erosion of alternative centers. And he says the end of history thesis is not to be laughed out. It represents and announces the end of the era, not just of the socialist challenge to the capitalist world, but also the multipolarity of the world, of the system of nation states. It has called into question a plurality of the world. It is the return of the capitalist colonial framework that Fukuyama and other excited champions of Western capitalism are celebrating. And I think this is an interesting statement, because Fukuyama's idea of the end of history was a dismissal of the diversity and multipolarity of the world, of the system of nation states. And I want to suggest that, in fact, the multipolarity of the world continues in a multiplicity of modernities. Both Fukuyama and his critics assume the monolithic Western character of modernity, and that's something I want to contest and analyze in this talk. Before we go on, can you see and hear me properly? Silence. Okay. Okay, well, I'll continue sharing my screen. Now, one of the main characters in the celebration of the cultural triumph of the West was Max Weber in his introduction to the sociology of religion. And he suggests that only the West produced proper scientific procedures, historiography, musical notation, instruments such as the organ, the piano and the violin, architecture, and the printing press. And he goes on to say, the West produced universities, the civil service, parliamentary democracy, and capitalism. Now, this attitude is extremely familiar to post-colonial theorists, because it echoes Macaulay's Minute to Parliament when he was advocating the teaching of English in India. And he said, the claims of our own language, it's hardly necessary to recapitulate. It stands preeminent even among the languages of the West. It abounds with works of imagination not inferior to the noblest which Greece has bequeathed to us, with models of every species of eloquence, with historical compositions which, considered merely as narratives, have seldom been suppressed. Now, this astonishing arrogance with which Macaulay lauded the value of English is reflected later in statements like Weber's, where the idea of modernity as Western becomes the standard understanding of the phenomenon. But I want to talk about the multiplicity of modernities. When Marshall Berman talked about the capacity to change the world that is changing us, I want us to think about that, because when we come to formerly colonized societies, we see the operation of a multiplicity of modernities. And these are transformations rather than alternatives. There's a lot of discussion of alternative modernities, and I want to suggest that these are both transformations and modernities that take root in different soil, which I'll mention later. So how did multiple modernities arise? Did modernity simply travel from the West, as a lot of people believe? Was it brought with colonial conquest? Was it a gift of the civilizing mission? Can we talk about modernity without invoking Western modernity? What does the concept of alternative modernities mean to the structure of global relations? Now, the idea of it being a wave Was it a wave flowing over and engulfing one traditional society after another? A lot of theorists believe that modernity did flow over the world like a wave, and it flowed over all non-Western societies, and it originating in the West, it modernized the rest of the world. But I want to suggest that European modernity had a particular historical provenance, a provenance that was not the case with, well, a provenance that was specific to the West. Non-Western cultures creatively adapted modernity to their needs. They're not extensions of modernity, but new, adapted, and transformed versions of the modern. Now, Emil Durkheim comes at this question with a very different perspective. He says, very differently from Weber, he says, nothing authorizes us to believe that different types of population all go in the same direction. Human development should be represented not as a line on which societies stand one beyond the other, as if the most advanced were just following on from rudimentary ones, but as a tree with many diverging branches. There's nothing to tell us that tomorrow's civilization will be nothing but the continuation of what seems noblest today. Perhaps, on the contrary, it'll be created by populations we judge to be inferior, such as the Chinese, who will give it a new and unexpected direction. Now, when Durkheim was writing, of course, the idea of the Chinese as inferior and behind times was quite common. But the important thing about this is that modernity and modernization is not a long line of societies developing from the most primitive to the most developed. But in fact, it's more like a rhizome, a tree with many branches and many roots. And all of these roots are rooted in different soils, and they produce a tree that we can call the tree of modernity. Now, much of that tree is developed from the modernization that is brought by colonial powers. But modernity, the key thing to understand is modernity is plural. It's a culturally situated phenomenon, but it's often seen as acultural. Now, the acultural view of modernity sees that it's an inevitable act of history, an inevitable development as the modernity of the West floods like a wave over the rest of the world. And this is quite wrong, because the modernities we see today are modernities that take root in a cultural situation. And so it's not an acultural phenomenon, but culturally situated one. Now, let's look at the cultural basis of Western modernity. It's firstly often taken to be an epoch, modes of social organization which emerged in Europe from about the 16th century, broadly represented by the discovery of the New World, the Renaissance, and the Reformation. And these great major changes in Western history are held to be the birthplace of the modern. But it's also a discourse. As European power expanded, the sense of the superiority of the present over the past merged into a sense of the superiority of the colonizers over the colonized. And finally, it comes into being as a feature of the expansion of the West. The civilizing mission, the claim to bring modernity to primitive peoples. Now, I want to talk about the way in which this proceeded. But first, the Western modernity is coterminous with imperialism and capitalism. And a very significant theory of this is Wallerstein's world system theory. Now, Wallerstein made the point that the center, the powerful center of the West, is not. Sorry, I'm getting a feedback from this, but so his idea, his theory was that the capitalism depends upon the periphery being eroded and looted. Now, that's certainly the case when we see India, when we see the effects of the East India Company on India. India was the richest country in the world in the 17th century, but because it wasn't a nation state at the time, the East India Company and other nations, economic vandals, were able to basically loot it. So the interesting thing is that Wallerstein's world system theory says that it's not a matter of a rich center and a periphery that will one day be rich. He says the system depends upon the poverty of the periphery. So it's not a bug, it's a feature. But I think we need a polyvalent concept of the world system. And this is why post-colonial example is useful. You see, the idea, the rich and the poor, this idea of central periphery occurs within nation states themselves. So this is why a post-colonial example is useful. I take this quote from the Latin American theorist Bonaventure Santos. Post-colonial identity must be constructed in the margins of representation and by a movement that goes from the margins to the center. You see, this is very different from the way in which modernity is normally understood, going from the center to the margin. This, he says, is the privileged space of culture, and the post-colonial critic a liminal, in-between or borderland space. Cultural enunciation creates its own temporality, and this specific temporality is what renders possible the emergence of alternative modernities to Western modernity, precisely by means of post-colonial translation. The anti-colonial liberation struggle itself is hybrid and based on translation. It does not sustain itself either in pre-colonial ancestrality or in pure and simple mimicry of Western liberal ideas. Now, Santos's idea of translation is what I call transformation. And I've written a book called Post-Colonial Transformation, which talks about this. But the interesting thing is that the process of transformation occurs not only in appropriating the technologies and discourses of the West, but in the entire fabric of modernity itself. Now, an interesting example of this, of course, is the Black diaspora. Slavery is that center of modernity, that is its fundamental contradiction. Slavery becomes a feature of modernity rather than an aberration. And now, is it a counterculture of modernity or a defining contradiction? When we think of Africa, the concept of slavery on which America is built, is it a counterculture of modernity or its defining contradiction? I want to suggest that Western modernity is based on this defining contradiction of impoverishment. And it's most particularly shown in the concept and the act and the historical fact of slavery. Now, we have the model of African literatures, and in fact, the model of post-colonial literatures in general provides us with an interesting model for the way in which modernity works. And I want to talk about that. I fundamentally see it originating in the literary model. You see, when Macaulay said we must teach Indian intellectuals English, neither he nor the administration could ever have expected that the language would be taken and the literature would be taken and transformed into a vehicle of self-representation. So transformation, the literary model of transformation, I want to suggest is a model for the process of modernity itself. So the post-colonial literatures are a model for transformed modernities. A specific example of how individual subjects could change the world that is changing them. I want you to think about this. Writers who were made to talk, to learn English, took hold of that language right throughout the British Commonwealth, right throughout the world. They took hold of that language, they appropriated and they abrogated its fundamental Englishness. And this is a key in post-colonial literatures. But I want to suggest it's a model for modernity itself. Transformation shows that global patterns are adapted to local needs. And I think this is important to understand, not only for literature or other forms of technology or discourse, but for modernity itself. Transformation shows that global patterns are adapted to fit local needs. So while they come, they may seem like a wave motion. In fact, they originate in the soil of the culture. So literary transformation and modernity seem to be linked models. The transformation of literature itself and of language can be seen to be a model for the way in which modernity is multiplied throughout the world. Now, the interesting thing about transformation is that it can be seen as a form of resistance. And matter of fact, I want to suggest that the most powerful and effective form of colonial resistance is the transformation, is the appropriation and transformation of those technologies and discourses that are used to oppress the colonized. Now, when we think about this, we see that individuals are negotiating a very interesting landscape. There's the colonial function of language education, which is intended to form subjects who are mimic men. There's the cultural values of English literature, and as you probably know, English literature was taught in lieu of teaching the Bible, because English literature had all the values of Christian civilization, according to Macaulay. But along with that are the economic aims of publishing companies. So we've got to be frank about this, that post-colonial literatures took off not only because of the appropriating power of post-colonial writers, but also because publishing companies saw that this was a good way to make profit. But the interesting thing I want to suggest is that with all this, some people will say, well, post-colonial literature is emerged because publishing companies wanted to make a profit. But in fact, the interpolation of that economics, the interpolation of the cultural system, the interpolation of English literature was the way in which writers came to be able to be self-representing in their literature. So I want to think about India and China as alternative modernities. How should we include China? We know how to include India, but I want to talk a bit more about that. But how should we include China? China has seen itself as put upon and colonized by the West. But alternative modernities are neither peripheral nor subsidiary, but alternative routes to modernity. We see this in both China and India. There's a civilizational basis of their modern developments. And I think this is important to understand, that when we talk about modernities or modernity, we need to talk about modernities, plural, because modernity takes root in a different cultural soil. Both India and China represent entirely different processes to the globalization process. China is endogenous and introspective, managed by the state, where India is exogenous and argumentative. Democracy is intimately connected with public discussion and interactive reasoning, traditions that have existed in India for millennia. Amartya Sen makes the point that India, exogenous and argumentative, the argumentative Indian, is fundamentally central to the democratic process and central to the Indian development of modernity. And we see an appropriation here. This is an old. By now we think this is pretty old-fashioned, but the adaptation of the Morris Oxford to Indian conditions is one that I think is a classic example of the appropriation and transformation of Western technologies and also Western discourses. And so this has become a feature of Indian history, of Indian culture. Of course, it's very different now with many different contemporary automobiles being made by Tata and others. But I want to suggest that this is an example, this is a picture of the way in which a particular feature of the West can be taken and adapted to contemporary Indian needs. Now, along with transformation, there's the issue of circulation is important. The circulation augments transformation in the production of multiple modernities. The example of Bollywood, of course, is born by an accident of history and imperial geography. Now, Vishwasahitya was who invented the Lumiere film system, was on his way to Australia, and he stopped at Bombay, and he shows his films, and lo and behold, the Bombay location of that film showing is the birth of Bollywood. And so it's both an accident of imperial history and geography but it's also an example of the way in which individual features of Western modernity can be taken and transformed to suit Indian conditions. Now, circulation, Shyam Benegal, on Ethiopian filmmaker Haile Jeremiah, says, in Ethiopia, and this is interesting because this is the way in which alternative modernities circulate through the non-Western world. In Ethiopia, he said they would view films every month. His grandmother would gather her whole group, children and grandchildren, and they would all go to see Mother India, the story which somehow expressed the deepest needs and aspirations of the Indian people, had a message not only for the Indian people, but for people from outside India, like Haile and his fellow Ethiopians. Now, I think this is an extremely interesting example of the way in which multiple modernities can work. It's not a wave coming from the West. It's not a wave of modernity washing over the colonized world. It's an interaction. It's a circulation amongst the new modernities of the formerly colonized world that are feeding each other, are inspiring each other. And we see this happen time and time again. And I want to make the point that the idea that modernity is a kind of wave motion from the West, washing over the world and developing the world and bringing it on, is entirely false, because modernities take root in different cultures. Now, circulation and power, Afro-modernity is an interesting example of the circulation of a particular modernity. There's been a popular academic tendency to diminish, deny, or neglect the impact that African peoples' practices and civilizations have had on the West's development, as well as to forget the extent to which these populations have sought paths that have veered away from Western modernities, even while being interlocked with them. And I think that statement is very, very important, because veering away, even while being interlocked, is part of the process by which multiple modernities develop. And in Africa, of course, it's incredibly diverse and rich and powerful operation of modernity. And Africa is important to modernity because Africa has developed alternative political and cultural networks across nation-state boundaries and critiques the uneven application of the discourses of the Enlightenment and processes of modernization by the West. Now, it's important to remember that Western modernity owes a great deal to the idea of the nation state. And the nation state is a phenomenon that is bounded, and the borders and boundaries of the state are phenomena that continue within the state. So borders, just the geographical borders around the nation, but they are borders and boundaries that crisscross the nation itself, dividing class, dividing race, and generally sort of contesting the multiplicity and diversity that we have in these societies. So now, one of the things that is developed in African modernity is racial time, an awareness of the inequalities of temporality that result from power relations between racially dominant and subordinate groups. Now, the interesting thing about this is that if we think of modernity in terms of development, of the civilizing of the primitive and the westernizing of the non-Western world, we fail to be able to explain the ways in which temporality works, an understanding of time works in power relations. So the emergence of the new Negro, also this is another way in which African reality circulates. The emergence of the new Negro and calls for transnational solidarity were heard in Ghana and characterized Kwame Nkrumah's demand for a free Africa. So I'm continuing the idea of circulation here. We've looked at the way in which transformation operates to produce modernities, but circulation, both between post-colonial societies and circulation of African identity, the Pan-African, we see as a form of modernity that is developing. It's opening the future to a recollection of the past. Now, the important thing about this, Alexander Crummell says, don't let the memory of slavery dominate and disempower you. Don't allow the recollection of the past to inhibit you of the future. Don't let it disempower you. It's like Eduardo Glissant's prophetic vision of the past. Glissant sees the future as grounded in the past, in the cultural past, not in as a form of nostalgia, but as a form of empowerment. And so this form of having a prophetic vision of the past, of refusing to allow the recollection of slavery to disempower you, this is the way in which contemporary multiple modernities develop in the post-colonial world. Now, my conclusion is this: modernity is multiple. It's both transformed from the West and grown in different cultural soil. The example of post-colonial engagements with dominant imperial technologies offers models for and agents in the transformation of modernity. Globalization has transformed global modernity by the creative adaptation of the formerly colonized world. And so I want us to see that this is a contribution that post-colonial theory can make to our understanding of modernity. Because just as the processes of transformation, circulation have operated in post-colonial studies and post-colonial literature, so these things operate in modernity itself. So thank you very much.
Professor Ashcroft, thank you so much. To you?
Yes.
Professor Ashcroft, fine.
Yes.
Would you appreciate answering few of the questions from the audience with
Sure.
your permission?
Yeah, I didn't want to go too long, so I've made it short, and happy to field questions. But I want you to understand my hearing is not great.
Sure. So we don't want to bother you since you are not keeping well. Rather, we will send the questions to you through email if the students have any queries. Thank you so very much, sir. Wish you all the best. Get well soon, and please do come over to our university. We are so happy to see you. The audience sitting here, delighted meeting you today, sir. It's an honor for us.
Thank
Please
you very
take
much.
care of yourself, sir.
I
very much.
a written version of this paper, which is a lot longer, and I'm happy to share it with you. But I just wanted to make the point about modernity that I think is very significant for Indian audiences. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Have a great day ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for your patient hearing. And it was really an honor meeting Professor Bill Ashcroft. Now I request our guests to please. And it was really an honor meeting Professor Bill Ashcroft. Now I request our guests to please come over to the dais. Thank you. This thing that the train arrives maybe at 8 or 8:30 in the morning, and it takes 1 hour from Koraput to reach this place. I should have calculated the time, and I can see lot many audience, lot many participants and presenters arriving now. But trust me, you have not missed much, because the keynote address of Professor Alan Johnson is scheduled for tomorrow. David Damrosch's keynote address is scheduled in the evening, and we already heard the online address of Professor Bill Ashcroft. The video is recorded, and trust me, I promise you I will send the video. I will make sure that it is available, made available to all of you. I will send it to you. We will also record the keynote address of Professor Alan Johnson so that it is safe for the history and for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over the mic to our students rustic, I would just like to mention one particular thing, because I can see the enthusiasm that you have with you today in joining this ceremony and coming over to Koraput. It's a great thing. There is a very common saying people say, "Are Bharat ut aankhein khol." "Are Bharat ut aankhein khol." अवसर तेरे लिए पड़ा है, फिर भी तू चुपचाप पड़ा है. अवसर तेरे सामने पड़ा है, फिर भी तू चुपचाप पड़ा है. अरे भारत उठ आंखें खोल. So the main thing is, obstacles will always be there, but still we will struggle and we will achieve it. We will not just lie down, right? We have the strength and we will fight, and we have all the great personalities who have already proved it. We will proceed with the further part of the session, and then we will go for the paper presentation. Just a little gentle reminder to all of you, we have got the agenda along with the invitation card inside your conference kit. So the whole schedule, the agenda for the 2-day session is there right in front of you. When it comes to the question of the slots that is given to you, what time, where, who is your chairperson, you are concerned about your paper presentation, even that has been emailed to you. If it is not available, we will play it right here on the screen. आपका slot कितने बजे है? कौन आपका chairperson है? When will you present your paper? Which room number? Everything will be displayed on the screen. Thank you so very much. Over to you.
Professor Shakradhar Tripathi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Orissa, without whose motivation and constant support, this event could not have been brought to fruition. Please, sir, over to you.
Respected Professor M. Nagaraji, Professor Alan Johnson ji, Professor Bill Ashcroft ji, Professor David Damrosch ji, N.C. Panda ji, Johann Tripathi ji, and my dear colleagues and participants, and Professor Palita, and students of English department and also other departments. Really, I am very much happy to find you here with a grand gathering. Really, I am proud of your motivation, of your spirit. In my vision, you are the leaders of regional languages. You are the leaders of Indian languages Indian literature and Indian dialects. At the same time, on the dais, we 5 persons were there, including him, 6 persons were there, and though we have administrative assignments here, Professor Nagarajji is an administrator, but he belongs to English literature. Professor N. Pandaji, though he is everything in this university, but basically he is a Sanskrit teacher. I am also basically a Hindi teacher. So, we have the responsibility of connecting, coordinating the whole people of this world, the whole population of this earth, because we are Indians. We never think small things. For example, take the Vishwasahitya, the founder of that university has told, Athayam Vishwasahitya Yatra Vishwa Bhavatyeka Nira. This is Vishwasahitya where the world lives in a nest. And we are the citizens of Odisha. Please remember the spirit of world literature. Since I am not atheist, I am not confined to English literature. I am confined to Hindi literature. So this concept of world literature, it's a terminology, English terminology for me. I am not acquainted with this terminology, world literature. General meaning was understood by me. What is general meaning? The persons attached with literature should be first of all a leaders, coordinators, leaders of the people. How do you unite the people all over the world? Secondly, second responsibility is to unite head and heart, to unite West and East, because without the combination, the unity of West and East, this art can't survive. So the combination of technology and spirituality is essential. Now question comes, in Indian context, what type of books should be translated into international language English? The prose, the poetry, the story, which is to be translated into English, should be judged first. Is this story representing the Odisha culture, the Hindi culture, the Kannada culture, the Telugu culture? Because internally, the culture of India is one. The culture of this world is also one. But having so many appearances, having so many shapes, because feelings are one. This world is one. Feelings are one. Though languages are so many. The craft of literature is also so many. But feelings are one. Second, thirdly, it's our moral responsibility to enhance this department in academic direction. So, my advice to this department to hold another seminar on the concept of Indian culture. The concept of Indian culture, and everything is okay. The concept of Indian culture. Okay. So, I wish every success of this seminar, and my full support will be there. Thank you.
To the end of the inauguration session, it is time to express our gratitude to those very people who have been working relentlessly to make this conference a huge success. I would like to call upon Dr. Nishini Tripathi ma'am to please deliver to.
Thank you, Srishti, for keeping this session intact and being a backbone to the department. Without you, I feel I would not have got the strength to stand up over here. Seeing this audience right in front of me, as I told you, I'm speechless because I'm the most luckiest person in this world, enjoying both the moments of life, being happy and being sad. This is what exactly again Shakespeare mentioned, isn't it? Tragicomedy, right? हमेशा जिंदगी में गम नहीं होता, हमेशा जिंदगी में खुशी नहीं होती. But the best part is, as I told you, I lost someone, but I've got a great family with me right now, and I don't miss anybody. I just received the message from Professor Vilas Croft, another person. I missed him terribly. I'm really missing him, and he said, though it was a short session because I couldn't speak for a, it was very short time I spoke for, but I hope the people liked it. And I have the whole paper with me. If you want, I can send it for the proceedings. So just see the generosity of this great person. Even if he is not well, he made it sure that he should meet us and he should speak to us. I humbly, from the bottom of my heart, I thank Professor Vilas Croft. And very soon, as you said, sir, we will hold up another seminar and he will be here right with us. I sincerely thank Professor Alan Johnson. Tomorrow, we have the opportunity to listen to him, and he has told me that he will have another question-answer session with all the audience, and he would appreciate answering your questions. We will be waiting for you, sir. I heartily thank Professor Vilas Croft, Professor Alan Johnson. Now coming to Professor N.C. Panda. Tell me any seminar, any conference जहाँ पे Professor N.C. Panda नहीं थे. He has lot of work, lot of responsibilities, but he's always with us. And he very well understands because he's the Dean, School of Languages, he's from the subject Sanskrit, जो जान है हमारी, isn't it? And then I come over to Professor N. Nagaraju. I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart, sir. And when I met him today morning, I couldn't stop my tears and he said, I'm here because of you. I wanted to give you the strength. Thank you so very much, sir. We need people like you, and we want you to have a very healthy, long life because we don't want to miss you. We want you to contribute more to the field of English literature and to the society. I heartily thank Professor Chakradhar Tripathi. Do I really need to thank him? Because I think he has taken the oath that he will dedicate his life for the betterment of this university, and along with him, all the people who are working in this university, remember, they are working in the most toughest part of the state, and at the same time, naak uncha rakhna hai, we always claim ourselves as the Highlanders. We are the Highlanders, sabse unche pe hum baithe hain. So taking this oath that we will dedicate ourselves to this university, I stop my speech over here. I hope all of you are having a nice day. Trust me, this is the first time I have conducted any international conference in this university. Some lacunas are there, but every time we get the opportunity to improve. This will give me the chance that what exactly I had to manage these things. And next time I will do the best. Thank you so very much for being a part of this conference. I hope all of you have got the invitation card, the agenda, the schedule for the sessions. After this, we will break for the lunch. Mentioning about the further schedule of the day. After lunch break, we will divide for the sessions, parallel sessions to present your paper. Oh my God, we received not less than 250 abstracts. And then with a heavy heart, I don't say we rejected those abstracts. Please forgive me, I will never mention the word I rejected. It was beyond our scope. And yes, we are in Koraput. We have our own constraints, right? So I had to make it confined, and not less than 140 presenters are there. We have decided we will give you not less than minimum 8 to 10 minutes time. So that is why I have shortened the inaugural session. Since you have come to such a far off place, do justice to your paper. We are here to listen to your paper. We are there for you. After that, we have our evening session with Professor David Damrosch. And most of our students, they said, oh my God, we are dying to see this person. I said, no, just don't look at this person. I understand he has got a very good personality, but listen to him even. We will meet in the evening in the same room, ladies and gentlemen, my dear paper presenters, my participants and my dear audience. Sharp 5:30, Professor David Damrosch will be online in the air. Thank you so very much. My dear University, Central University of Odisha. Dhanyavad.
And pray for the departed soul of our beloved professor's mother. Let us please pray.
पर्सपेक्टिव रे केमती तार लिंकेज होछि यूनिवर्सिटी के संस्कृत का इंग्लिश डिपार्टमेंट तेणु इंग्लिश डिपार्टमेंट रे इंग्लिश साहित्य चर्चा है यूरोप रे वर्ल्ड लिटरेचर जो कॉन्सेप्ट अछि तार ऊपर चर्चा किंतु से इंग्लिश रो जो वर्ल्ड लिटरेचर कॉन्सेप्ट अछि ताकू केमती हमें इंडियन लिटरेचर रो कॉन्सेप्ट माध्यम तक एनरिच कर परिबा सही कथाटा मु कहले जहाँ फल विश्व शांति आसो उद्देश्य होछि गोटे सर्वत्र शांति युद्ध न हो
भारतर विविधता रही विभिन्न राज्यर विभिन्न प्रांतर विभिन्न भाषा ये सब भाषार संपर्क सहित विश्वगत भाषा आप
विश्वगत भाषा इंग्लिश तो इंग्लिश को आम जो इंडियन मोरल्स को लेकिन जो साहित्य रचना है रविंद्रनाथ नियंतु गोपबंधु नियंतु मधुसूदन नियंतु जो मैंने सांस्कृतिक लिटरेचर नियंतु ता भीतर जो नैतिक शिक्षा अच्छी सब इंग्लिश ट्रांसलेशन होता इंग्लिश लिटरेचर फल से इंग्लिश जो इंग्लिश प्रोफेसर माने इंग्लिश साहित्यकार माने सब ग्रहण कर विशेष करके भारतीय दर्शन को भारतीय
Please give an introduction of yourself.
Yes, I'm Alan Johnson from Idaho State University in the U.S. And I'm delighted to be here and, at this wonderful conference. And I thank Professor Tripati and HOD and the Vice Chancellor Tripati and everyone here for a wonderful welcome and nice to see the big audience. So I think we've already had a nice keynote from one professor, so from guest to
Ashra. At the personal level, you have connection with India.
Yes, I do.
At the personal level, you have connection
yes,
with India, and also nature-wise, you have connection with the Purapu.
Yes, yes.
So how do you see this connection with India?
Well, I have a long connection with India in many ways, and I've spent much time here, and my wife is from India. So I've traveled quite a lot around India. So I've been to before to Berhampur and Bhubaneswar, but not to Koraput. So I didn't. This is a beautiful area, so green and nice, and this connects to my interest in forests in Indian literatures, and so it's nice to see the beauty here.
Coming to the variety of the language and literature of Indian soil, how do you see the global connection of this literature and language with the globe?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, in some ways, India already is global in itself because it's so diverse in so many languages and so multilingual. So already, I think India is much better than some countries which are monolingual, like the United States and China, Japan, which tend to have one language, right, dominant. But India has so many languages and literatures and such a long tradition that it should be a model for, I think, the world in terms of how the rest of the world, in terms of how to understand, how to translate, how to appreciate different types of literature and literatures and cultures. Because literature is an expression of culture, and it could be from different regions. But so I think that's what's wonderful about India in that respect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
About Rabindranath Tagore and colonial language and literature. So how do you feel that Rabindranath Tagore's contribution to language?
Tagore's contribution is enormous. In the sense, say, nationalism emerged curricularly. So nationalism this side of the kingdom. He saw the pros and cons of nationalism and also the inner contradictions of nationalism. Say, nationalism to the India rohe, it's a colonial nationalism rohe. It's an indigenous Indian society jota to pankocham pranasakti. The pranasakti of Indian society should inform and inspire nationalism. That was his message in his fiction and in his essay. ତାଙ୍କର ଯେଉଁ ବିଶ୍ୱ ସାହିତ୍ୟ କନସେପ୍ଟ ଅଛି ସେ ବିଶ୍ୱ ସାହିତ୍ୟ କନସେପ୍ଟ ସେଇଥିରୁ ଏମର୍ଜ ହେଇଛି ସେ ନ୍ୟାସନାଲିଜିମ୍ର ସବୁ କଣ୍ଟ୍ରାଡିକ୍ସନ୍ସ ଦେଖିଛନ୍ତି ସେଠିରୁ ସେ ବିଶ୍ୱ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଦେଖିଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ତାପରେ ବିଶ୍ୱ ମାନତା ଯେଉଁଟାକୁ ସେ ବେଦାସରୁ କୋଟ୍ କରିକି ସେ ବିଶ୍ୱ ମାନତାକୁ ଡିଫାଇନ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି ସେ ବିଶ୍ୱ ମାନତା ସେ କହୁଥିଲେ ସେ इंडियन सोसाइटी ଦେଇଛି ଗୋଟେ ନ୍ୟାସନାଲିଜମ୍ ଦେଇନି ଇନ୍ସପାୟାର୍ଡ ନ୍ୟାସନାଲିଜମ୍ ଦେଇଛି ଆଉ ସେହି ଆମର ସେହି ଆମର ପ୍ରାଣଶକ୍ତି ବୋଲି ୟୁଜେସ୍ ଦି ୱାର୍ଡ ପ୍ରାଣଶକ୍ତି ଆଉ ଜଷ୍ଟ ୱାର୍ଲଡ ଲିଟରେଚର କରିଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଏଥିରେ ଟ୍ୟାଗୋରଙ୍କର ବହୁତ କଣ୍ଟ୍ରିବ୍ୟୁସନ୍ ଅଛି ୟୁନିଭର୍ସାଲ ମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଯେଉଁଟାକି କହିଛନ୍ତି ସେଇଟା ୱାର୍ଲଡ ଲିଟରେଚର ଟିକେ ଅଲଗା ତଥାପି ତାଙ୍କ ଇଏ କଣ୍ଟେକ୍ସଟରେ ତାଙ୍କର ସାହିତ୍ୟ ତାଙ୍କର ଯେଉଁ କଣ୍ଟ୍ରିବ୍ୟୁସନ୍ ଅଛି ଆମେ ମନେ କରିବା ରିମେମ୍ବର କରିବା ଟିକେ ରିଲେଭେଣ୍ଟ ଇସ୍ୟୁ ବୋଲି ମୁଁ
A very good afternoon to all of you. We started this program, the two-day international conference. The title of the conference is Beyond Horizons, Exploring the World in World Literature. From the bottom of my heart, I thank all the people who were present for the first day of the session, the first inaugural session. It completed just now. And after the lunch break, we have further more sessions. Those will be the parallel sessions where the people, the presenters, the paper presenters who have come from across the nation to present their paper. That will continue till 5 o'clock. 5:30 we have another great speaker.
Who are the speakers and who are the participants?
Fine. The speaker we have are Professor David Damrosch. He is from Harvard University and he will be presenting his paper, his keynote address at 5:30 in the evening through online. We had Professor Bill Ashcroft from Sydney, Australia, the pioneer of post-colonial literature. We have Professor Alan Johnson, whose keynote address is for tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Professor Alan Johnson is from Idaho State University, USA. We have all these three speakers from USA and Australia.
Who are the participants?
The participants are not less than 200. Out of them, 140 are paper presenters. We have a book of abstracts of all these 140 paper presenters. Having said that, I would mention that we got not less than 250 abstracts, but we couldn't accept all of them. Maybe few of the topics, the title was not matching to the themes and the sub-themes that we had. Few of them were beyond the scope and we had a limitation for the presentation. So that is why right now we have 140 paper presenters and 50 participants from across the country, India. Thank you. Professor Damrosch, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
How are you?
Good.
Finally we met.
Yes.
After 2.5 months, maybe I have been tracking you through emails and I traveled you a lot. Extremely sorry for that.
Very nice to meet you.
I'm really glad that finally we could make it out and our participants, paper presenters, we all are here. Let me give you a brief introduction to the session we had today. We have two-day international conference on the topic Beyond Horizons, Exploring the World in World Literature. In the morning, we had the inaugural session and we had the keynote address offline of Professor Bill Ashcroft, but since he's not well, he was presented virtually. He presented virtually the session and now we have your session. The time right now in India is 5:30 and I believe it is early morning in your place.
Yes.
So I should say very good morning to you.
Thank you.
Having said that, I hand over the formal part of the virtual session to you. Over to you, Professor Damrosch.
Very good. Thank you so much for the invitation and to Professor Tripathi as well. I'm going to see if I can share the screen. One second here. I'm less familiar with Google Meet, so I have to see how to share the screen, maybe that.
So do you have any presentation to share, Professor Damrosch?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out how do I tell this to share the screen is the question.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Take your time. No problem.
1 second. Do you see this image? No. All right, let me still figure out how to do this. We should have asked about this sooner. Does anyone know where I find a share screen function on this Google Meet?
At the bottom of your laptop, maybe you can come to present now. In the middle of it, arrow sign.
Yes, and then, all right, entire screen, here we go.
Yes.
All right. No, it says, however, these says entire screen. It says share, but does not allow me to share. Allow me to do a window. Let's try to do that.
If you are unable to do that, just send me your PPT and here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
I think it is coming.
Yes.
Accept. It's not showing it, is it?
So just click on ignore. You have two options there. Stop present. Yes.
Yeah.
Just minimize your screen. Minimize your screen.
Do you see my screen now? PowerPoint? No. We should have looked at this sooner. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with Google Meet. We use Zoom and other methods. Right now, there's a little infinite regress of this one screen. Something I've never seen before. Is that something else? Try to do a window. No. I can't do entire screen.
So just open your PPT. Open your PowerPoint presentation first.
It is open, yes. It's open. You should be. If you see it, you should be seeing my screen, which shows the PowerPoint. I haven't started running the PowerPoint. Now, if I do that, I've done that, but now I can't see anything. I can't see the commands. Yes, I could send this to you. I'm sorry about the delay.
Yeah, Professor Damrosch, if you can just email me your PPT and let me see if we can help you out in this. Can you email me your PPT?
I don't know if it's too large. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, just try. Give it a try.
You remind me your email.
It's small n T R I. I'm just sending you a hello right now.
Okay. Oh, here we are. Yes, I have an email address, right?
I've sent you an email.
Tripati, yes.
Got it? Yes.
Yes, I have it. So now let me see if I can, if it's not too large. One quick second. Okay, but it is too Too large to send. Do you use like Dropbox? Dr. Tripathi, do you use Dropbox?
I didn't receive any email from you. I didn't.
Yes, I'm telling you, it is too large to send. Do you use Dropbox? I could send it on, put it on Dropbox.
Yeah, send me in the Dropbox. Yes, just put it in the Dropbox. That will be better.
So this will take a couple of minutes. I have to remember how to. 1 second, I'll do that. For that, I'll have to write down your email.
That's all right. Technical issues keeps happening, so take your time and put it in the Dropbox. We can share it.
Okay. All right.
We didn't receive anything, Professor.
No, excuse me. It's going to take you 2 minutes. I'll let you know as soon as I have it.
No, it's all right. Take your time. Take your time. Professor Damrosch, why don't you open your PPT and then come to present now? Open your PPT. Is it opening? First, open your PPT.
Yes, it is open. It has been open for the last 10 minutes. It is open. Now, I had not started it because then I can't see anything else on my screen. But I'll go back to it because I'm having trouble with the Dropbox also. This is just not working very well. So what I want to share a window, but it doesn't allow me to share. It says cancel. That didn't work. I come back again. I should try share window. No, share entire screen. It says yes. But it's just showing you. It's not showing screen.
If you can email it to me, just try. Unless it is a very heavy file, you can email it to me. Just email it.
Let me explain once more. It is too large. It is 68 megabytes. My system won't send more than 25, I'm afraid. So I cannot email it. Now I'm telling me Google Chrome will not, does not have screen sharing permission on my computer. Right? 1 second. So now maybe system preferences, maybe. All right. Now I'm logging. Screen sharing. This may work. 1 second. Finally, it's told me the problem. Hello again. Now let's see if I can do it. So sorry for this. Now try window.
Try to open the PPT first, and then I can guide you, I believe.
Voila. Okay. I think you can see this now. Is that correct? Can you see?
Yes, we can see that.
All right. So it's the title. It shows the image.
Yes, we can see that.
Congratulations. Very good. All right. So now I can begin. I'm sorry. So sorry for the delay. Anyway, we're all set.
That's all right.
All right. Shall I begin?
Yes. Over to you, Professor Damrosch.
Thank you, Professor Tripathi. All right. So what is not world literature? This opening image here suggests something of the variety of our world landscape, of our world literary landscape. This is a painting by three Chinese artists from 2006, Dai Dudu, Li Tiezi, and Zhang An. And it's called Discussing the Divine Comedy with Dante. And you see Dante up in the upper right-hand corner, red, and the three artists are looking in the corner with him, and they're looking down at the history of culture. And then instead of 100 cantos in the afterlife, there are 100 people on the screen. The painting is 20 feet long, 9 feet high, and everyone, all kinds of people are there. Mao Zedong, Albert Einstein, Michael Jordan, a fair number of Chinese, but many other world figures, including Shakespeare, Goethe, Nietzsche, Rabindranath Tagore is there, Genghis Khan, Marlon Brando, all sorts of different people. The lead artist, Dai Dudu, told in an interview that we wanted to represent world history within a single painting. We wanted to showcase the world's story and let viewers feel as if they're flipping the pages of a history book. Everyone who is anyone, it seems, gets their 15 centimeters of fame in this visual storybook. But of course, everyone is not there. These 100 figures are a tiny sampling from world history and culture. But even so, it's an overwhelming image. The three artists in the corner look rather depressed as they try to make sense of the scene. And this seems to be a nice image for world literature today. Is it vast and manageable landscape? Is it everything, or is it actually hardly anything at all? How do we read it? 20 or 25 years ago, there were early attempts at the contemporary revisioning of world literature. Franco Moretti had conjectures on world literature, now reproduced in his collection called Distant Readings. Pascal Casanova in France, the World Republic of Letters, a République Mondiale des Lettres. And I think the images on their covers are very nice alternatives for what world literature might be. A network, as we see in Moretti, and an empty map, as we see in Casanova. This map is taken from a poem by Lewis Carroll, The Hunting of the Snark. Lewis Carroll is actually one of the 100 figures in that Chinese painting. But in the poem, The Hunting of the Snark, a group is sailing out to find this mythical creature called the Snark. And this is the map they have, which has nothing on it. But they're happy about this, say the crew. What's the use of Mercator's North Poles and equators, tropic zones and meridian lines? So the bellman would cry, that's the captain. And the crew would reply, they're merely conventional signs. Other maps are such shapes with the islands and the capes. We've got our brave captain to thank. So the crew would protest, he's brought us the best, the perfect and absolute blank. So it's everything or it's nothing. It may not be, certainly any longer, is not my book from over 20 years ago, What is World Literature? There's been a series of critiques of the concepts of world literature as developed by Moretti, Casanova, and myself. To give you just three, Emily Apter, Against World Literature, critiques the assumption of easy translatability that she claims world literature says, which is, I don't actually think is the case, but she makes the polemical claim. We have the Warwick group called the Warwick Research Collective, Combined and Uneven Development, saying that we assume too often a level playing field in world literature, which is certainly, I believe, not normally assumed, but they want to emphasize more. Or we have Peng Chia, What is the World, saying that the purpose is not simply to describe the world, to map it, but to change it. Now, these critiques themselves go back about a decade, and they've been debated since then. They're not the last word, or even the latest word. And Indian critics have been prominent in these debates, including my old friend Harish Trivedi, who I know came to Odisha for the inauguration of your center. I'd also mention two other prominent scholars of world literature working very currently today. There's Debjani Ganguly, who moved several years ago from the Australian National University to the University of Virginia in the United States. Here I'm including her valuable book, This Thing Called the World, from 2016, and her ambitious 2-volume Cambridge History of World Literature, published 3 years ago with 4 dozen contributors, very wide-ranging, with a strong post-colonial emphasis, but many other things as well. Particularly interesting work currently being done on the colonial Indian roots of both comparative literature and world literary studies by Delhi's Baidik Bhattacharya, who, as well as Debjani Ganguly, has taught in Harvard's Institute for World Literature in the summer. I highly recommend both books, Post-Colonial Writing in the Era of World Literature from a few years ago from Routledge, and now a new one just coming out next month, Colonialism, World Literature, and the Making of a Modern Culture of Letters, a very ambitious and very historically deep analysis, going back particularly to the 19th century in India, looking both at William Jones, famous inaugurator of comparative philology and of a good deal of comparative work, translator from Sanskrit, and also his circle. Here we have Jones's translation of several works of Kalidasa, famously Shakuntala as the first, and then also his disciple Horace Hayman Wilson translating the Meghaduta, a very interesting translation which I've written about in the past. So we have a long history that India has been very connected with from the 19th century onward. And these works of Kalidasa become world literature as a result of the colonial encounter in translation from Sanskrit, first into the imperial language of English, and then into German, where Goethe reads them, and many other languages from that. But as Baidik Bhattacharya emphasizes, this is not an innocent encounter, it's a very selective encounter, and it is creating a certain image of India and of, let's say, ancient wisdom, and of India as a repository of ancient but not necessarily modern cultural authority. Very strong bias towards very classical literature, as also in China or Japan. And we can learn a lot about from these situations of the long history of world literature, including of works that are written to be local or national or regional and never thought of as world literature. Kalidasa certainly never imagined being read, for example, in Europe, which he didn't know about, much less the United States, which no one knew about in his part of the world, or Dante, whose Divine Comedy is now the subject for this Chinese painting. Not only had Dante never heard of China, or barely, but he wasn't even expecting to be read around Europe. He would have written the Divine Comedy in Latin if he wanted to be world literature, as he thought of it. But he was writing in Tuscan in order to reach his own direct Italian audience, or even his own part of Italy. So here he is now, surrounded, along with Mao, Rabindranath Tagore. Long before there was a Nobel Prize, Dante is writing something that becomes world literature centuries after his death. Now, in my work, I've tended to emphasize how things circulate out into the world, as with Kalidasa or Dante. But there's also a growing focus these days on ways that works take part in world movements and perspectives even when they don't circulate. A writer can participate in world literature as the world comes in to his or her culture and into their work, even if they don't expect to be circulated abroad or translated. They're in dialogue with the wider world. A good example of this, we have an assistant professor just joining our department named Matilda Figueroa, who works in 10 different languages, including several Native American, Mexican, and South American languages, Nahuatl and Quiche Mayan. And one of the works she's written about is a book called Suchiken from 2010 by this author, Marisol Chemu, who writes in Quiche, and made a point of not translating it. You have to read Quiche to read it. And so our new colleague can do it and discusses it in a very interesting essay in the Journal of World Literature. And she talks about how this very, very, very local work written for her community in this local language, Quiche Mayan, is in fact inflected with the Spanish around it and is helping her community think about their life as a minority community in the wider world. So you see a lot of emphasis these days, not just on major works from large cultures in global languages, but in works of world literature that now can be seen that way, even if they never circulate abroad or circulate very, very selectively and from much less commonly spoken languages. The Journal of World Literature, now in its 7th year, going into its 8th year, has often essays dealing with these issues. I recommend the journal. And some of its special issues have become now come out in book form. We had one on ultra minor world literatures that I co-edited with a scholar from the Faroe Islands off the coast of Europe, in between Europe and Iceland, Berga Rona Moberg, who is noting that the Faroe Islands, and you have a picture here from the Faroe Islands, which with only 50,000 people, have a literature that's not a minor literature in the sense of being a minority group in a large culture. They are their own country, their own language, but it's a very, very small community. So it's an ultra minor world literature. And we had a number of essays on this in this book, including one on contemporary writing in Sanskrit as a kind of ultra minor experience in India. And then we have an issue on world literature and postcolonial studies that I co-edited with a junior colleague in Texas, Bhavya Tiwari, who was from Lucknow originally and had her MA from Jadavpur and then came to a PhD in Texas. Very interesting collection of a postcolonial world literature sort. So there's a lot of movement now towards moving beyond the kind of great masterpieces, still having the great masterpieces. Dante is well discussed, Kalidasa is well discussed. I've written about both myself, but also a much wider range. There's been really a lot of progress. And so in the case of Indian literature, we find, for example, the Tamil author Perumal Murugan is now getting widely published, at least in the case of English, thanks to some notoriety of his book that translated into English as One Part Woman, that you may well know. That was controversial, of course, with its representation of the local culture. But now Penguin Press is publishing multiple novels by Murugan. I think something like 9 books of his are available in English, just within, and coming translated within a couple of years of publication. So this is a completely new thing. It no longer requires you to be dead for 1,000 years to get published as world literature from the non-Western world or the global South. So there's been real progress, but it is still the case, as Emily Apter has said, as the work group has said, that it is not a level playing field linguistically and culturally, even today. And that unevenness of the linguistic playing field was evident over a century ago, at the end of the 19th century, to the Danish intellectual Georg Brandes, who wrote a very interesting, ambitious, multi-volume series on the literature of the 19th century, major streams, the Hovedströmninger or Hauptströmungen, major currents of world literature, of the 19th century literature, by which he meant European literature. And he published it in Danish and also in German almost immediately, because he knew to get his work circulated, it had to be in a larger language than Danish, as well as in Danish for his local population. So he's already doing world criticism within the European world. But he talks only about English, French, German, and Italian literatures. These are the major currents. Does not even discuss his own Danish literature in his multi-volume work. In 1899, he wrote an essay on world literature, Weltliteratur, in German. He wrote the essay in German. And he talks about the problem of language. He says it is incontestable that writers of different countries and languages occupy enormously different positions, where their chances of obtaining worldwide fame or even a moderate degree of recognition are concerned. The most favorably situated are the French writers, though the French language occupies only the 5th rank in terms of extension, that is, how many people speak it. When a writer has succeeded in France, he is known throughout the world. He still assumes that writers are usually men. The English and Germans, who can count on an immense public if they are successful, take 2nd place to the French. It's only writers from these 3 nations who can hope to be read in the original by the most educated people of all nations. Italian and Spanish writers are far less fortunate, though they may be read by a significant number of readers outside their native lands. But whoever writes in Finnish Hungarian, Swedish, Danish, Dutch, Greek, or the like, is obviously poorly placed in the universal struggle for fame. In this competition, he lacks the major weapon, a language, which is for a writer almost everything. So very interesting, 1899, he's already using the imagery of warfare, a weapon as a language. So he sees the problem. And he was an activist. He doesn't just think, isn't this too bad? He was promoting world literature in Denmark to try to create a more cosmopolitan literary scene there. And he's promoting his favorite Nordic authors abroad, particularly Ibsen and Kierkegaard. He's a great champion of both and helps to get them on the world map. And part of my theme is that all of us who are interested in our own literature and in world literature need to be activists, get works out there, to be translators, to be active in teaching, to get people to read more. Now, we've had a flood of new and better translations since Brandes' time. Right now, I'm reading a wonderful new translation of the stories of Manto, recently published in New York by a group called Archipelago Books, a very ambitious small publisher that publishes all kinds of works in translation from around the world. Just yesterday, I received a package from them of several books. I'll come back to that in a minute. Come back to, yes, here's the three books that I just received. A novel from Korea called Whale by Chen Myung-kwan, the Middle Eastern author Elias Khoury, Broken Mirrors, and the Kashmiri writer Hare Krishna Kao, For Now It Is Night. All three just published by Archipelago, as you see, in very attractive editions. These are writers I never knew the names of. I knew Elias Khoury, but not the other two. And now they're getting published very elegantly by this ambitious small press. But it is not enough to publish from very large countries and from very widely spoken languages. So Archipelago is doing really good work and beginning to open this out more. As the Taiwanese American scholar Ray Chow wrote some years ago in his collection on comparative literature in the age of multiculturalism, the problem doesn't go away if we simply substitute India, China, and Japan for England, France, and Germany, say Georg Brandes' major countries. In such instances, the concept of literature is strictly subordinated to a social Darwinian understanding of the nation. Masterpieces correspond to master nations and master cultures, with India, China, and Japan being held as representative of Asia. Cultures of lesser prominence in Western reception, such as Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, Tibet, and others, simply fall by the wayside, as marginalized others to the other that is the great Asian civilizations. And Ray Chow, as Taiwanese, is clearly sensitive to this. So we do have the Korean writer, and indeed, even in India, of course, it's been a very healthy move beyond only Hindi and English as the languages, or say Sanskrit, Hindi, and English is what gets translated. So if we have Perumal Murugan, this is already significant development, but the lion's share still goes to the larger languages, the more culturally prominent countries. The Nobel Prize, for example, has opened out to much more of the world than it did before World War II, when only Tagore outside the West got the Nobel Prize. But even now, there's a heavy bias towards English, Anglophone and Francophone writing in the Nobel Prize committee. And as scholars, we're not doing nearly as good a job as we should. This is a ranking, a listing I made of a number of authors, 20 or so, that I've been interested in, just to see how often they are cited over the course of a decade, recently, 2006 or 2015, in the Modern Language Association International Bibliography of Scholarship. Now, that's an American organization, and it's biased towards American sources, but they also have a lot of journals and publishers elsewhere. And what's really interesting is to see the distribution of how often these writers, who I chose just at random, people I'm interested in, how often they are discussed over the course of this decade. And this is actually, as you see, so I divided them into in sense of major and minor. I thought there you have like class, you have sort of upper major, lower major, like middle class, and this group I call hypercanonical, who get so much more attention than everybody else. Then the minor literatures and the ultra minor literatures. They're a new category here. And if you look, you'll see, for example, Ghalib and Premchand are down there just on the border of the minor and the ultra minor, really important writers, of course. Tagore, they're kind of in the middle of the lower major writers. And you'll see, no non-Western writers in the hypercanonical at all. And in fact, Joyce and Woolf, by far the largest, are writing in English, Kafka in German, Borges, Argentine, but very much in the Western situation and the Spanish language, Marcel Proust, and then Salman Rushdie comes there, again Anglophone, and even he is on the borderlines. But you're not going to have a Tamil author or a Gujarati author or a Kashmiri author anywhere here. And even Tagore, incredibly important writer, and in the major language of Bengali, is there with quite, second order, wonderful authors, Jorge Perec, the Brazilian Clarice Lispector, the Egyptian Naguib Mahfouz, another Nobel Prize winner, extremely important writer. But the sort of the most important writers from outside the West are there with sort of very good third order writers in French or in English predominantly. So the world landscape has not changed all that much since Georg Brandis's day. If you look in the aggregate at everything together, so this is also a problem within Europe itself. The smaller European countries are again disadvantaged. So we have Knut Hamsun down there in the minor author, again Nobel Prize winner, and one of the most important Nordic author of the 20th century. But he's right down there next to Premchand and Ghalib. An author I met who said a Thai author named Kukrit Pramod is at the very end, a very important Thai writer from mid-century. I'll come back to him. Only one article written about him in that entire 10-year period. So you see what happens. This is something to speak of the Nordic world that is discussed by Karl Ove Knausgaard, who has become a very popular writer on the basis of his massive autobiographical novel called My Struggle, Mein Kampf, which was published, interestingly, in the United States in Archipelago Books, that same publisher I just showed you some books of. Became a huge, serious worldwide bestseller. And he discusses in one of the volumes of his massive collection what it was like studying writing in an MFA program, writing program in Bergen in Norway. It's a good question when he was, probably in the 70s. And he says in this volume, the 5th volume of his struggle, here's the English translation which I use, talking with a friend, we were nobodies, 2 young literature students chatting away in a rickety old house in a small town at the edge of the world, a place where nothing of any significance had ever happened and presumably never would. And notice he's in Europe, but he thinks he's on the edge of the world. He doesn't think he's in the center by simply virtue of being on the edge of Europe. But what we read was not nothing. It concerned matters of the utmost significance. It was written by the greatest thinkers and writers in Western culture, and that was basically a miracle. So world literature comes to him in this small town in Norway when he's learning how to be a writer, and it inspires him, and he becomes a world writer thanks to all this reading. Now, what's interesting to me about this is partly how inspired he is by world literature, but partly how it reveals my own ignorance of his part of the world, even myself. And I think I'm interested in a lot of the world. So I looked, this is around 1990, this set. I looked at the authors he mentions in the course of the volume. Who has he been reading? And these are the authors. And I divided in terms of Scandinavian literature and then other writers from elsewhere in the world. And so if you look at the world writers from outside Scandinavia, we have almost entirely French, English language, and German. Almost nothing, maybe nothing from any other language than that. Claude Simon, Rob Gouillet, Napré Sarrault. So he's very interested in very contemporary, very avant-garde experimental writers, but also T.S. Eliot, Shakespeare, Oscar Wilde. Interested in American literature, Charles Olson, Isaac Asimov, John Berger, British. Cortázar, so you have Spanish there, a little bit of Spanish, Latin American Cortázar. They have Dante in Italian, Nietzsche, Hölderlin, Adorno, Mann, Tolkien, et cetera, Baudelaire, Rimbaud, Proust, Nelly Sachs, but almost entirely French, German, and American still, one or two others. Now, the thing about that is, okay, but it's still reading pretty widely. But for myself, I realized that, so I know all those names. Every name he mentions, I'm familiar with the name. I've read something by most of them. I've read everything by a few of them, like Tolkien and James Joyce. Some of them I've never read, but at least I know who they are. I feel guilty that I have not read them. I would like to read them. I know they're important figures. But if we come to the Scandinavian writers, I hardly have heard of any of them. Øystein Løen, Ola Robert Sunde, Knut Hamsun, yes, the Nobel Prize winner, the only one I had read on his list, only Hamsun. But then there's Jan Kjærstad, Sabia Christensen, Jon Fosse, who just won the Nobel Prize this year, perhaps partly thanks to Knausgård publicizing him. Ragnar Hovland, Rolf Sagen, Kjartan Fløgstad, Tor Ulven, Merete Morkan Andersen, Henrik Wergeland, who's so famous in Norway that he thinks we don't even need to know his first name, Herman Wildenwey, et cetera, and Tarjei Vesas. So here we are, someone like myself who's been reading for a long time. I'm interested in the world culture, but I don't know hardly any of these authors. Now, thanks directly to Knausgård and to Archipelago Books, I have now read a book by Tarjei Vesas, The Hill's Reply, published in that same collection. Very interesting book. And as I just mentioned, you've noted, Johan Fosse just won the Nobel Prize this last fall. A very, very local writer, and one of the teachers of Knausgård in Bergen. He was teaching at that school. You see here one of his best-known books, I Am Another, Jeg ein annan, in Norwegian, which of course is itself a title adapted from Arthur Rimbaud, the turn of the century French poet, Je ai un autre, I am an other. So he's already writing, you could say, European literature. Now it's starting to become known, but think how many authors there are still who seem equally significant to Karl Ove Knausgård in Bergen, whom I had never heard of, and probably few, if anyone, in the audience has ever heard of most of those people either. So we have a lot more to do. And how do we do better? So partly we need to be activists, as I was saying, we need to actually get out there and translate works, circulate works. In my book on what is world literature, I have some pages on this hilarious academic satire called Jean-Baptiste Vico, Le Vieux du discours africain, by a writer from the Congo, Georges Ngale, published in 1975. It's a satire on academia. It's a satire on repressive Congolese government. It's a satire on cosmopolitan African intellectuals who want to get famous abroad and despise their own culture. It's a very funny novel. And Giambattista Vico sounds like a famous Italian philosopher, but he is this self-promoting African intellectual who wants to write the great African novel so that he can be invited to conferences in Rome and Paris. And he gets kidnapped by tribal elders who accuse him of raping African discourse, le viol du discours africain, and they put him on a kind of a show trial and sentence him to wandering around the villages of Congo and recovering orality. So I thought this was a wonderful novel, and I said 20 years ago, world literature will be getting somewhere if this book can be known in the world. But then it had never been translated into any other language. It was still in print in France, but not read at all outside of Francophone circles. And so finally, 2 years ago, and I said, I'd better put my time behind this. So I have now translated the book. And it's a very nice series published by the Modern Language Association for classroom use, 2 volumes. One is the original French with my introduction and notes, and the other is my translation. So now we can read it. This summer, coming up at the Institute for World Literature that I direct, which will be meeting in Cyprus, we have a number of people coming, and we get some funds to get people. Two of the 10 we're able to bring and fund. One is a young scholar named Deepak Bakhade, who just got his PhD last year in comparative literature from Hyderabad. He's both a scholar and a playwright, and he's working on relations between mainstream Gujarati literature and minority productions, particularly in his ethno-linguistic lower caste language of Bundeli. And he himself is a playwright and has just published in translation that he's translated himself his one-act play, Dream of a Child, which is a very interesting short play, comic but tragic, serious about repression of Bundeli culture. And the translation is interesting because it also keeps a lot of words of Bundeli and of Gujarati worked in. So activists getting things translated and getting out there. In particular, what I would like to emphasize along with this is that in choosing what we translate, in choosing what we teach, in choosing what we talk about, write about, introduce students to, I think it's very important for us to look for works that go beyond our own existing frame of reference. A lot of the purpose to me of studying world literature is to encounter things that are radically different, that challenge us, that give a different kind of picture of the world. And I think works that press against our own assumptions are really a lot of the value of world literature. Here I'll give this example of this author I mentioned at the very bottom of that chart, Kukut Pramod, a long-lived author, died in 1995 at the age of 84. And I compare him to Pramodia Anantatur, who is the best-known Indonesian writer of the 20th century, and is often written about. For example, Benedict Anderson, very famous book, Imagine Communities, where it is an Indonesian photo on the cover. He's talked extensively about Pramodia, who is often nominated for the Nobel Prize and is well translated in Penguin. He's best known for a series called the Buru Quartet, 4 volumes, which is sort of a story of the coming of a multi-generational story of the coming of modernity to Indonesia. It's a beautiful collection which he wrote in a prison colony, imprisoned as a leftist by the repressive regime. Very excellent series of books, and he's often discussed. So here I have the Buru Quartet, and I compare it, and I have some pages in this in my recent book on comparing literatures, to the most ambitious book by Kukut Pramod in Thailand called Four Rains, which itself is a 4-generational story of a heroine named Mai Ploy and her world as Thailand is coming into modernity over the course of a half a century, and 4 different reigns of Thai monarchs, as you see. So they're quite similar books, and in both cases, as with Benedict Anderson, emphasizes that print culture is so important for the rise of the novel, particularly in the imagined communities, especially in places like Thailand, Indonesia. Kukrit is a really interesting figure, but he's never discussed, whereas Pramodia is very widely discussed in the Indian circles. To give 3 examples, Bang Chia, Spectral Nationality, Passages of Freedom from Kant Postcolonial Literature's Liberation, has a long discussion of Pramodia, as is Peter Hitchcock, The Long Space, Transnationalism and Postcolonial Form, as is Christopher Gogol, The Passage of Literature, Genealogies of Modernity in Conrad, Jean Rhys, and Pramodia. So there's Pramodia right up there along with Joseph Conrad and Jean Rhys. None of them has ever discussed Kukrit, nor does Benedict Anderson, even though Benedict Anderson was fluent in Thai and published an entire collection of Thai stories, but he never discusses Kukrit. Yet Kukrit would be a perfect figure for Benedict Anderson. He was very ambitious. He and his brother, he was sort of anti-colonial. He writes early book in 1948, annoyed by the representation of Thailand in the King of Siam. He said, here's the King of Siam speaks what's really going on. He himself becomes an actor and stars with Marlon Brando in an interesting film called The Ugly American, where he represents the king of an imaginary Southeast Asian country, or the prime minister, called Sarkhan. A few years later, he then became prime minister of Thailand himself. And he founds a major newspaper called Siam Rat, works through his life to merge politics and literature and usher Thailand into modernity. So he's exactly the kind of figure that the Benedict Anderson should talk about, the Peng Chia should talk about, the Gogol should talk about, that Baidak Bhattacharya should talk about, that Debjani Ganguly should talk about, and that he's never talked about. So why is this? And in my view, in Four Rains, Kukrit uses his heroine, Mai Ploy, as his vantage point, gives a sensitive portrayal tinged with satire of her struggle to make and remake her life as a woman in a rapidly changing but still stubbornly patriarchal society. So it's a kind of a feminist work. She's a traditionalist, but she's adapting to modernity. It's a very, very interesting story, and should be absolutely at the center for a lot of post-colonial writing on these issues, and yet never discussed. So why does even Benedict Anderson, who knew the language, knew the literature, not do it? I think that Kukrit had only two strikes against him for the right-thinking Anglophone post-colonial scholars. First, he was a royalist and not a Marxist. Second, he was a Buddhist and not a secularist. So he escapes the conceptual grid of a lot of Anglophone post-colonial studies, which assumes leftist and secular outlook. And if you're not both those things, you're going to fall off the edge of their map. You see this emphasis in Kukrit also. He has a beautiful collection of short stories available in English called Many Lives, in which a ferry boat on the Chao Phraya River that flows through Bangkok sinks in a storm. And the stories tell the lives of a number of people who lose their lives on the in the disaster, and how their dharma has brought each of them to that moment in their life. It's a very interesting, moving set of stories. So, in conclusion, what I would say then that we really need to take works like this, that are important works, important authors, who escape our conceptual grids, can open up more, and to bring things to a general public. I've tried a couple of books myself, writing for non-scholars about a wider world, including recently Around the World in 80 books. Where I have a chapter set in India as well as various other parts of the world, including Tagore. I have him there, and also Khalid, and also the Kashmiri American, Aga Shahid Ali, really trying to open out the world to different conceptions, including also Jamyang Norbu, writing a very interesting novel around the year 2000, The Mandala of Sherlock Holmes, which he uses the global genre of the detective story to try to bring world attention to the struggles of Tibet against Chinese dominance. Very, very interesting work. So I think we have a lot to do to open out the world for ourselves in our translation, in our teaching, in our publication, and really to try to bring much more of the world to our own students, our own audiences. So what is literature really? There never was a single literature anywhere that did not develop in dialogue with other communities, other languages, and other regions. sometimes admiringly, sometimes in opposition or resistance, but always engaging with the wider world. Maybe you might say the ancient Sumerian literature in Old Kingdom Egypt might not be fully world literature because no one else knew how to write at that time. But even 4,000 years ago, the world's first known patron of literature, a guy named Shulgi, king of Ur, boasted in one of his poems that he was fluent in 5 languages spoken in his court. And already 4,000 years ago, he envisioned his poems becoming known to the ends of the earth. He says, I swear by the sun god Utu on this very day, and my younger brothers shall be witness of it in foreign lands, where the sons of Sumer are not known, where people do not have the use of paved roads, where they have no access to the written word. I, the firstborn son, am a fashioner of words, a composer of songs, a composer of words. They will recite my songs, heavenly writings. They will bow down before my words. So Shulgi is already using the soft power of literature to promote his empire and himself, obviously. But 4,000 years ago, he sees himself as writing world literature that can be read or recited around the world, where there are no paved roads and no written words, but they'll spread an oral tradition around the world. And so we have a whole new world today, a whole new ancient world from Shulgi onward to Parama Murugan and Johann Fosse. To answer the opening question, what isn't world literature? I would say that if we read capaciously enough, if we use the tools we are developing with critical engagement and theoretical understanding, with cultural and linguistic sensitivity, then nothing isn't world literature. From Shulgi of Ur to Dante's Dolce Stil Nuovo, to the novels of Marisol Cheyemu, to the prolific Parabel Murugan. If we translate these works well, read them against the grain of our own prejudices or pre-existing conceptual grids, nothing isn't world literature. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Professor Damrosch. That was really enlightening. And Radha, I would say, after listening to you, I realized that even in the international forum in the world, India even has a place. And thank you so very much for placing those 2 books right in front of us, Meghdutta, and the other one was Kalidas. That is the beginning of the Indian system, I realized. Thank you so very much for having a place in front of you. Now, our audience would like to put up a few questions to you. If you would really appreciate, and if you would like to entertain the questions with your permission, I will say it. Thank you so very much. Anybody with any question? Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Rather, good morning, sir. My name is Sanskriti Pujari. I'm from Gangadhar Meher University, Sambalpur, Odisha. It's in the eastern region of India. So my question to you would be, sir, is the late capitalist commodification of language and culture in the form of publications and, more importantly, media representations acting as a hindrance to the growth of minor literature within the larger structure of, world literature? Or is it actually facilitating the growth of minor literature?
That's a very interesting and important question. Thank you. And I will say yes and no. Both things are happening exactly. And I think authors, and let's say all of us interested in this, we need to think about this. And that's part of being an activist, I think, which is to recognize that there are constraints and possibilities that the system creates. And I think this is true at any time in the world. So we're aware of the pressures of, say, what is sometimes called late capitalism and the massification of the industry. I will say I have a certain view. I view with some irony the phrase late capitalism, because how do we know this is not early capitalism, early middle capitalism? So when someone speaks of late capitalism, that assumes they have a stance outside of history by which they know it's late, given that. I feel that if we take the perspective of authors, a creative author will use the constraints of the time that they're in successfully. The constraints will be language, the constraints will be class or caste relations, like this Deepak Bharade I just quote. He's working in a minor version of a minor language, Bundeli, inside Gujarati, but he's getting it out. Now, English becomes a way he can do that, and it's published in his Indian poetry magazine in English, but also is published bilingually. And he's leading people, and it can be performed in his village in Bundeli, and it can be performed elsewhere. So you can see him, even within the Indian context, using this very creatively. And he'll be coming to our institute, and we'll be talking about a colloquium on multilingualism. So he's very interesting for this. To give one other example, say the example of English, which interests all of us a lot. So English constrains us. The only people who are going to be at this conference and following it are speaking English. And that's, on the other hand, this opens up a world beyond Gujarati or Tamil or any number of other languages. And English is, as an example, is increasingly a kind of a transit medium. That is, it is a way for writers to get translated and to reach other parts of the world. I've talked about this with Orhan Pamuk, the Turkish Nobel Prize winner, who is one of the youngest winners of the Nobel Prize in literature from Turkish. Now, he would never have won the Nobel Prize if he'd never been translated out of Turkish. Very, very unlikely. And he becomes prominent through translation. He's been translated into about 60 languages, and half of the translations are done not directly from Turkish, but from English. And I asked him about this, so isn't that annoying? He's the prisoner of the English translation. He says, well, no, because that way he gets translated. He would much rather be translated well from English than not translated at all or translated badly. So there may be no good translator in Vietnam who knows Turkish, but they may know English. So that's the way to get translated. So I think it's a really good example for your question of how the writer is constrained by the multinational massification of publication, but then also opportunities opened up. And even within the massive multinational world, there are these resistant pockets of publishing. Archipelago Books that I mentioned. One second. Here's this question by Manto, Sadat Hassan Manto, called The Dog of Tithwal, one of his best known stories. So now, I had not ever heard the name of Manto growing up, but the Archipelago sends me this book. Now, this series is distributed by Random House, which itself is owned by Penguin, which itself is owned by somebody else, massive. But yet this very innovative small publisher gets these books out through that network. So at all levels, I think it's a time of tremendous opportunity working with the huge constraints of late or early middle capitalism.
Sir, you'd be delighted to know that Manto is a widely read and translated writer in the Indian subcontinent. So maybe that is a good insight for you, sir. And thank you so much for answering my question so well. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Professor Damrosch, I really appreciate that you are entertaining the questions even after giving 1 hour of session. We have another participant in the session today. If you would like to answer his questions, shall I hand over the mic to him? Yeah. So please introduce yourself and then ask the question.
Namaskar, Damrosch sir. Myself, Sasikan Barik. Today, as per your rating, actually I chaired one session and my paper was on Kalidas's Magadutams. And it was particularly on vegetation myth and referring to James Fraser's The Golden Bough. That is against the eroticism that played around the cloud. That was the point. Vegetation myth and eroticism around Indian cloud, critiquing Kalidas's Magadutams. And I have written actually in my Batson, it is supposed to be one of the classics, actually, I believe. But actually, I would like to know from you, sir, in what sense the way Kalidas's Magadutam has been composed, so far as the meter is concerned, the Mandakranta meter that Kalidas has used is because it has become completely melancholic and it is telling the story of love and separations between Jakhya, Hamamali, and Bisalakhi. That's actually the content, and it has been taken from Brahmavaivarta Purana of Indian mythology, and that has been once again mythologized. But in what sense you take it for granted as a classic? Can you please, sir, tell me what is your writing actually? Why do you speak about Kalidasa's Meghadutam? That was my paper also, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes. Well, I am so happy that the Meghadutam figures in this very conference, partly because, I mean, as you know, it was one of the very first Indian works to become known abroad in this modern phase, the Horace Wilson's translation. I was very interested in that translation, which I think is from 1810, so it's 120 years ago, 115 years ago. And I actually have written about it a couple of times. In my recent book on comparing literatures, I have a few pages. What interests me about it is, I would say, that I get very interested in the problem of translation of the Meghadutam. I compare Wilson's translation, pioneering first translation, to a modern American translation by the Meghadutam called The Cloud Messenger, published in the 1970s. It's a very nice translation. And Cloud Messenger is a nice play. Or actually, Cloud Messenger, his translation he calls The Transport of Love, which I thought is very nice, right? So the transportation, but transport also like, emotional of love. It's a nice translation. But what I talk about in the article and then those pages in the book is that, so Horace Wilson, 1810, he's going to make the poem look serious to a British readership by making it look Roman. It's going to look, so it has a lot of notes that say, oh, these gods and goddesses are like the Roman gods and goddesses. And it sort of makes it elevated and noble that way, assimilating it that way. At the same time, he is really trying to take it seriously. And he's saying, for example, often we're told that the Sanskrit literature, these Indians are just sensual and too erotic, and they're not proper. And on this very point about the eroticism of this very sensual poem, and he said, no, they're no more sensual and erotic than Ovid, and we have to take seriously the emotional content and the poetic beauty. So he's really advocating for the importance, the aesthetic and the moral importance of this poem. On the other hand, his actual translation is very dull, or very. It's trapped within the sort of 18th century verse. It's very embarrassing to read. It's not very successful. So it doesn't give you the notes that give you a whole new world. The translation is just like bad 18th century English poetry. So that doesn't work. Now the modern translation, this one from the 1970s, has a much better translation. He has a real poetic ear. It comes across beautifully, but his framing is sort of Orientalist and actually kind of almost racist. So his framing critically is much less good than Horace Wilson's, even though his poetry is better. So this to me is a great test case of how a classic work gains and loses by the framing and the poetic sensibility of the writer. And then our challenge is to really do better and to be more sensitive, to try to do both things, to show the difference of the culture, but also then the reason to connect to an author. And just a footnote to this, I think anytime I would choose a work to teach or to write about, whether it's Kalidasa or the Congolese author or Kukrit Pramod or Pramodya or James Joyce, I'm always asking myself, all right, why does this author speak to this audience now? And that's the most important thing. Of the many works we can teach or we might translate, here's what I think you need to know this right now. And there's a reason why I can interest an audience. So when I do the Around the World in 80 books, strategically, I want to introduce some famous works. So readers say, oh yeah, I know about Dante. Let me see what I can learn about Dante. But then these works they've never heard of, like Jamyang Norbu, or Tagore, they may know the name but never have read. So I'm going to give them a way to think about that. So I think all of these things go about make a classic readable today and also make a new work legible and connect to the old.
Thank you so very much, Professor Damrosch. Would you like to thank him?
Thank you, sir, because you have read both the translated versions. I have also read the translated one, English translations, as well as the original Sanskritized versions. But I feel it's very excellent in reading the Sanskritized versions. There, actually, I feel, in what sense, really, Kalidas is the classic. Actually, I felt really. Thank you so much, because the way you are telling from reading just the translated text, excellent, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Right, sir.
Just give me a few seconds, Professor Damrosch. We have certain more questions. Would you like to? Yeah, Professor Damrosch, another question from the participants. I will hand over the mic to him. Introduce yourself.
Hello, sir. I am Gurudev Kushal. I'm really glad to be present and listen your lecture. My question, if I am correct and if I have heard correctly, toward the last part of your presentation, you showed a picture of a king. There toward the last, there you mentioned that it is the soft power of literature that help him to control the people. Let's say, if I have heard it correctly.
Correct,
so,
yes.
How do you understand what could be the soft power of urban literature? Let's say in the context of Perumal Murugan, you just showed the picture of Perumal Murugan. Once after the publication of Madhur Bagan, that is one part woman,
right,
it was used of her in the South India. And for at least 1 to 2 years, he was not even allowed to just write even a single sentence. If it is so, it possesses the soft power of literature. Does it has really the soft power of literature to control the people around that place?
No, that's a great question. And as you know, he even... Thank you. Yes, it's a very interesting. And as you know, that Murugan even declared that he had died, right? He published news of his death for those 2 years. Then he came back to life. So, well, I actually didn't die after all, right? So, and I actually see in that the death of the author, he's playing with this, right? And then he published it prolifically. And interestingly, the soft power is seen. He probably would never have become so famous internationally except for that scandal. Right, that really helped, ironically. So the very people who are trying to repress him caused him to become famous. So I think he knows that. Same thing with Orhan Pamuk. He was becoming known, but then he gets put on trial for insulting Turkishness in Turkey. He was really in danger of being jailed or even just murdered. The government actually provided him security for several years. But partly because of that huge scandal, a whole international group of writers rallied around him, and he won the Nobel Prize like 2 years after that, and probably not a coincidence, right? Now, so the soft power of literature doesn't always work, and many writers have been killed, and worse yet, many writers have been forgotten. It's a limited power, and I think all of us who teach in the humanities, worry is literature disappearing or is it losing its force? But I think, a great work of literature has a tremendous ability and tremendous power. Lu Xun, he's on my list of people, most important modern Chinese writer at the New Culture movement in the early 20th century. He has a preface to his first collection of stories, which is called Outcry, that he published in the 1920s. And he says at the beginning, well, I don't know why I'm writing. It's not going to do anything. The world is falling apart. No one is paying attention. What am I going to say? But then he says, well, the thing is that a powerful work of literature will outlast every regime. And it is the only way to heal the souls of the people. That's what he thought. In fact, he'd been a medical student, but he abandoned his medical studies because he thought, the people their souls are sick. We have to cure that first. So I actually, have that utopian belief as well, that the power of literature can communicate tremendously, and even the very force to try to repress it can paradoxically show its strength and increase its impact.
Thank you, Professor Damrosch. On behalf of the participant, let me thank you for the wonderful answer. And any more questions? Or oh, we have one more hand raised. Would you like to answer, sir?
Of course, of course.
Good morning, sir. I'm Sucheta. As far as I've listened to you, there were certain mentions of different languages and their translations. For example, there was a Gujarati text that you mentioned, also the works of Kalidas and Manto. Mine is not a question, rather, just I wanted to know your views on. There are subtle nuances and a lot of emotions involved in any language, be it English or any dialect or languages of India. So, what are your views on the fact that any translated text, in comparison to the original text, does it actually lose or gain in translation? Just your views, sir.
Absolutely. Again, I'm very much a both and kind of guy. So I will say it gains and it loses. Almost any time I have offered a choice, I say yes, both, which is why I study comparative literature. So absolutely, works have a unique connection to their original language, and they change if they go abroad into a new language. And it's a gain and it's a loss. A bad translation is mostly loss, but a brilliant translation also gains. It becomes something new. The person I recommend on this is Lawrence Venuti, great translation theorist, and he has a recent collection of essays called "Translation Changes Everything." I think is a nice encapsulation. And Venuti says we should stop talking about gains and losses. What happens is a translation reinscribes a work into a different language system, different culture system. So it is something different. It gains and it loses. It gains a new context. So when we're reading Kalidasa today, we can be reading, say, Shakuntala next to Sophocles and next to Bertolt Brecht. It's a new way to think about Kalidasa. Now that's and a brilliant translation will be linguistically rich and a moving poetic experience. I find the Megadutam in the good translation just a very powerful poem. Now, at the same time, my utopian hope when I teach a world literature course is that every student will be inspired unpredictably to study a language they never knew they needed to read. Now, that may not always happen, but in a world literature course a couple of years ago, a student asked if I wouldn't mind, we had a session on Persian poetry, I wouldn't mind if he would stand up and recite a poem by Hafiz, a great medieval Persian poet, which he did to applause from the students. This was a student from Latin America who just was studying Persian as a sophomore, and now who's learning Hafiz by heart. So I have more than once been moved to study a language because I was reading the work in translation. And I thought, oh, I really need to get to know this better. That's why I studied Nahuatl, the Aztec language, because reading these amazing poems in translation. That, oh, but I'm not getting the original. So I really think both. We want to be activists in teaching languages, getting students to learn languages, and also getting students to see the brilliance of works in good translations as well.
Thank you so much, sir. Utopian hope is something that actually the literature lovers have to take back home. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Damrosch. That was really wonderful. Our audience had been waiting for your talk for a pretty long time since morning, and we didn't want to disturb you in the midnight. So we thought we should wait till early morning, 7 o'clock, as per your timing. So after this, I think we come over to the end of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, put a big round of applause for David Damrosch.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
This time, as you mentioned 2 months back, that you were quite caught up for the entire month of March and you could come. We miss you so much. Please take out some time and give me an early intimation. Please come over to India, to Odisha, to Central University of Odisha. We will be desperately waiting to meet you over here.
It will be my pleasure.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you. We will wind up the session here. You can
Bye-bye.
take it. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
You too.
ऊपर से लटका
Afternoon everyone, honorable dignitaries, renowned instructors, staff members, researchers and fellow literature enthusiasts. I am Krishna Kumar Sahu, second year student of Department of English Language and Literature, CEO, and I am delighted to be the one to give the valedictory speech as our two-day international conference 2024 concludes today. A conference is a fantastic venue that offers thought-provoking information on a range of subjects and is an opportunity to broaden our knowledge. The conference's theme, Beyond Horizons, Exploring the World in World Literature, has provided us with a wealth of ideas regarding how more recent theories and concepts try to justify the evolution of world literature into the kind of literature that transcends both space and time. The conversation about world literature has produced a wealth of original literary works that address the cross-cultural interactions brought about by globalization. We have learned a great deal about countless literary works, cultural diversity, and fundamental theories of various locations and culture thanks to this two-day seminar. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who contributed to the success of this two-day international conference, from our very own Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to our teachers and students. Additionally, I want to thank our profound keynote speakers, Professor Bill Asproff, Professor Emeritus, School of Arts and Media, University of New South Wales, Sydney, Professor Alan Johnson, Idaho State University, USA, and Professor David Damrosch, Harvard University, USA. We have undoubtedly learned more from your enlightening workshops and interactions with the lecturers. As we proceed with our formal event of closing ceremony, I would like to call our distinguished guests and foreign delegates on the stage to take their places on dais. Professor Chakravarti Tripathi, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir. Professor N.C. Manduti, School of Languages, Registrar in Charge, Finance Officer in Charge, CEO. Professor N. Nagaraju, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir. Professor Alan Johnson, Idaho State University, USA. Department of English Language and Literature, and the convener of this two-day international conference.
Over here, tell me what does Krishna means? And what does Krishna mean? Thank you. I thought I should tell you first to wish me. Thank you so much. It's so celebrating again International Women's Day with Professor Alan Johnson. Thank you, sir, to be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for literature. And he is actually doing it with Central University of Odisha because he has taken the vow that I will take this university to the international platform the way Sri Krishna has done, right? And then we have with us Professor N.C. Panda. I can always say he's the Sarathi who works with our Honorable Vice Chancellor and has promised to take his hand. And together we will bring up this university to where we already designed. Ladies and gentlemen, all the sessions, all the keynote addresses, everything is over. I'm really happy, and again I seriously feel you all are relieved because your presentation is over. Even I had been a student, a presenter, a faculty throughout. I know what kind of, oh my God, burden, a heaviness you carry in your heart when you know that your presentation is yet to be over. Even as a faculty at this time, you ask me to present something, even we feel nervous, isn't it? There's sabko lagta hai gala sabka sukta hai. Isn't it? We are relieved now, so let's just enjoy the evening. Don't take it as a formal part, because trust me, even our Honorable Vice Chancellor is such a simple person from his heart. He never takes things so seriously, and he's a very, very forgiving person. He's very approachable, very familiar, and a man of taking responsibilities. Coming to giving the closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, giving you a brief report on the two-day international conference. So I didn't prepare for that because I remember the name of each and every presenter of this session. Because I have been correcting their abstracts for 5 days, every day till morning, 4 a.m. I will check their abstracts. Don't check it otherwise. Few abstracts were absolutely correct. Few of them were not in the proper format. But since we had to come up with a book of abstracts, it doesn't look nice. If anywhere even there is a problem with the full stop or the comma or the name of the books or the text were supposed to be written in italics. So it was not in the proper format, and we didn't have that much of time that we should send it back to you. So I thought, let me do the editing part. Finally, we had to put it in the proper format. We received around 250 abstracts. And as I mentioned in the first day, we didn't reject them. We just said, fine, we will keep you for the next attempt. Try again. Because we had better papers with us. And as I told you, if we could have kept it a 3-day program, I could have accommodated all the abstracts. So never mind, next time, surely I'm going to call the rest 100 abstracts that have not been accepted. Right? So right now we had today, in the last 2 days, around 140 abstracts were there. All of them presented the papers. On the top there were co-authors even. And if I'm not wrong, book of abstracts, conference kit, everything have been provided to all the paper presenters. Conference kit has been given to all the participants, to all the persons who chaired the session. If anybody is left, I don't think even a single person is left. Even if a single person is left, please contact us. You will get it right now, today itself. Let me introduce you to the further part of the session today. We will have this is the valedictory session that is going on right now. We will have the award ceremony. The chairpersons and few other presenters who did receive their certificates, they will be honored with their certificates from the hand of Alan Johnson, Professor Alan Johnson, and our Vice Chancellor, Professor Tripathi, and our Registrar of the University, Finance Officer, Dean, and IQC Director, Professor N.C. Panda. So, you will be honored by them. That's it. After that, we will move on to the cultural session. Professor Alan Johnson has given his consent that he will stay here till the last performance of the night is over. Have been preparing all these classical forms of dance, the folk dances even. Because India, if you see, is famous for the classical dances, and also we have folk songs, folk dances even. So they have been preparing for it. So they wanted to give you a trailer of this. So I think we should do justice to them. Thank you so very much. So just let's enjoy the evening, and I welcome you once again for the next international or national conference that I'm going to conduct in the month of October. Thank you so very much for your kind cooperation. I hope your stay, your food, everything has been taken care of. Your transport is ready. Anytime you want to move out, the transportation, the vehicles is ready for you. They will drop you in Koraput railway station, bus stand, wherever you say. Thank you so very much. Over to you, Krishna.
The valuable words, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts because you have been working tirelessly. Now, I would like to call Professor Alan Johnson to share his experience of this international conference with our engaged audience.
Papers and talks and had good discussions, and it's been very fruitful, very engaging. I really enjoyed the questions after my talk this morning. A lot of excellent questions, and that's what we need to do, is think about these things and talk about them. So congratulations to all of you, and I'm really happy to have been part of this. So thank you again. And it's really wonderful. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the evening. So I know there's lots to do. So thank you.
Person and learn so much from you. Now, we will now get to hear the valedictory address delivered by Professor Tripathi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Odisha. We could not have had such a wonderful conference without his help.
Johnson and Johnson is very popular in our country. The word Johnson and Johnson is very popular in Asia, not only India. So now, Professor Johnson is very popular to our university, and the scholars of English, especially in Odisha, like Johnson and Johnson baby powder. Professor Johnson is very popular as an English professor in our university. Professor N. Spanda, a friend, Dr. Nishirani Patil, and young scholars, researchers, teachers of English present here. I am very much hopeful that one day the scholars of English, the researchers of English, professors of English will show the path to the society which is confused now. To the society which is confused now. Now, in society we find, especially in English literature, in English society especially, we find that a man doesn't believe a man. A man has no faith on another man. Man, the character of man, the character of human being has been changed because of the advancement of the technology. Technology has given so many devices, mini devices, or handy devices, for enjoyment of a person, an individual, not for the society, individual. So technology has made the life of the mind of the human being very complicated. In modern, since I belong to Hindi literature, in our literature, there is a poetry movement named Nai Kavita. In main feature of Nai Kavita is that man has no faith on man. This is the problem. And the collective number or the collection of men is called society. There is a culture, and culture makes a society high. So the problem is man is now confused. The society is now confused in which way we should proceed. Now let us come to one poet of West Bengal, in Bengali. He says, মানুষ থেকে শ্রেষ্ঠ কেউ নাই। In Sanskrit there is a saying, no hi shrest manusya kinchit. No creature is better than a human being. Human being is the most precious type of creature in this world. So man will behave if he has faith on another man. For example, in family, in department, in relation, if there is no faith in relation, how can we survive if a son has no faith on his father? If a friend has no faith with his counterpart, then how can he live? How can he sleep? Now, this is the problem all over the world. Because of technology, because of science. Science has made uncertainty of this earth. Technology as well as science has made the future of this earth quite uncertain. So, I have a single weapon, that is literature, that is language, that is the craft of language. By means of these three weapons, we can conquer this problem. Since we all belong to literature, so literature connects a man with another man. Because literature is based on feelings. For example, if we consider literature as a constitution of human society, literature is considered as the constitution of human society, world society, human society, then we find there are some elements on which culture is based. Culture is running, or the standard of culture, the life of the human being depends on that. Pillars of the culture. Pillars of the culture, for example, truthfulness or truth, non-violence, friendship, fraternity, love. These are some elements of great cultures. So by means of literature we have to make human culture, which is now being degraded. The degradation of culture is to be modified by means of English, because English is known as the international language. I feel myself as a scholar of Hindi language and literature that the scholars of English are more energetic than the scholars of English. Because there is a historical background, very good background of English in Asia, especially in Asia. There is a very good background. That is why English scholars, English teachers are regarded as better than other Indian language teachers. So expectation is more from the teachers, from the scholars of English. You have the responsibility of making the human society very faithful. Can you imagine those days when one tourist named Benson from Chile, one tourist named Benson, he visited India in perhaps 11th century or 12th century. So on his way, he found a piece of gold on the way. And after 6 months, when he returned on that way, he found that gold in that position. So he wrote in his history that there is no treachery, there is no theft in India. Nobody takes others' valuable things into his custody. Yeah, nobody bothers about valuable things. Rather, the people of India bother about morality. Since this is an English seminar, I should quote one story from English literature or from the Society of Britain. Very good story. One young man or young teacher reached his teacher's home to show his gratitude to that teacher in school life had saved his life, because on that day when that teacher was young, was in student life, he had decided to commit suicide. But on the occasion of a theft case in their class, there was a boy who belonged to a very rich family, and on that day that boy had taken a golden watch in the school, and when the game period was going on, and after the completion of game period, sports period, when all the students reached their classroom, that watch was found stolen. So that boy complained to the headmaster. Headmaster assigned the responsibility of inquiry to the class teacher. Then class teacher told all the students to stand facing towards the wall. Facing towards the wall. There are 60 students in their class. Then their teacher started checking his pockets. and found the golden watch, golden wristwatch, and took that, and then he gave that watch to that student, the owner of the watch. But while checking was going on by the teacher, that student was thinking that if I was cut red-handed, then today night I shall commit suicide, because I shall be insulted. So how can I live? Definitely today I shall commit suicide. But after 30 years, that student became a young man, a young teacher, and reached his teacher's home, but their teacher could not recognize, because he was very old. He didn't recognize. But this person cited so many examples. Sir, I was a student of class 6, my name is so and so, and one occasion occurred that the teacher replied, yes, I can remember that occasion. Then that boy told, that person told, said, I had stolen that watch, but you did disclose my name before the audience. That is why I am obliged to you. The teacher told, this is very important. My son, when I was searching your pockets, at that time I had closed my eyes, because I know if with open eyes I will search, then definitely your image will be pulled down in my eyes. But I never found it. So how can I recognize you that you are that student? So I can't recognize. This is the story which can be put in the list of best story of the world. Best story of the world. Likewise, there are so many stories in Odisha. A common English writer is Manoj Das. In Manoj Das, exactly in Hindi also, there are so many writers who have written this type of stories. So, likewise, today the valedictory session is going on. I convey my best wishes to all of you. You are the future of the English literature, English culture, English language of Odisha. Some years back, I was very sad. I was very unhappy that this is the land of Odisha, where not a single Englishman taught English to Koreans. I was very unhappy. That is why I feel the pronunciation of Orishan English scholar is not up to standard. The cause was very much known to me. For example, in Odisha, some English teachers in school tell they never utter differently her throw and through. Throw and through. They utter equal. Likewise, diary and dairy. Diary and dairy. So, pronunciational complication is there. Another world. World or world. Generally in school, English teacher teaches utters world, not world. So there are some languages, not only in English but also in Hindi. There are so many languages are there. Now I shall request you all try to visit Britain. Try to visit Britain. Without living a life of English. You can't learn English very well because language cannot be separated from the culture. You have to adapt culture. For example, I am remembering my graduation days when the drama written by Shakespeare, perhaps 10 best. My English teacher, the number of our English students was 120. And for teaching drama, my English teacher used to follow the English culture in classroom. When he comes to classroom, he used to take cigarette and bed and one bed. In a dramatic position, dramatic postures. He comes to the classroom in a dramatic mood. Without getting motivated by the mood, a teacher can't express well. So you have to also express the English culture. Then your classroom will be very vital, classroom will be very energetic. So my university, our university is always here for fostering, for supporting English language and English culture. And we shall also try to have a MOU with the university which Professor Johnson is attached to. For future, I would suggest the HOD English to communicate our students that what is the relevance of this seminar to them. They are definitely the students of English literature. But except English literature, students of English literature, they are also Indians. They are also the students of Indian literature. So what is the relevance of this topic to Indian literature? And another international seminar should be arranged by the Department of English on that topic.
One important announcement, just because I received a message from our accommodation in charge, I came to know that a bus is flying sharp at 4 p.m. maybe from here because few participants have got their train or bus from Koraput at 5 o'clock. So if you want to move out, you can just move out and their certificates. Is it in the registration desk or we are supposed to give it here?
No, you give chairperson. Only
the chairperson? So only the chairpersons are moving out now?
Yeah, that's only the participants send the certificate to the students.
Yes. And the chairperson, so whoever's certificate is here, you can collect it right now. And then you can climb up. But it is already 4:30. Okay, fine. Just we have 5 minutes for us. Thank you so much. They should not miss Krishna Hariya. Where is my certificate? See, no appreciation for
School of Languages, Registrar in charge, Finance Officer in charge, CEO to deliver the vote of thanks.
Keynote speaker, Professor Ellen, delegates, my colleagues, media persons, and students. So, the last part of this great international conference we are going to end today. I would like to congratulate to each participant, those who are present here, and those who have also presented their papers in this particular conference. Two things I will add. Today is Mahasivaratri. So Sivaratri is being celebrated throughout India and globe also. There is also international festival which is being celebrated internationally. And I would like to congratulate to all of you on the eve of World Women's Day. One thing I would like to add here, that is the Sivaratri. Lord Shiva is having two parts. One is, that is Parvati, another part is Shiva. That is the Ardhanarishwara, it means the half part is Shakti, another part is Shiva. So this particular festival, it indicates that women is a part of life of every human being. So this is something described in our text. And regarding the literature, world literature, it is told that yes, English language, Hindi language, Sanskrit language. So Hindi is known as the language, Rashtra Bhasha. Sanskrit is known as the divine language, Deva Bhasha, and English is international language. So parallel, we speak, we write those three languages. And Indians, they believe in their culture, their tradition. So Maharishi Manu has told, so Indians can teach the people of the world. There is a verse. Participants, please keep silence. I think this is not discipline. This is not proper discipline. If any participant is having a noise here.
Felicitation of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M.C. Panda and Professor Alan Johnson.
Good evening to one and all present here. I would ask all the people in this hall to please take your seats. We will begin the cultural session right now. Please everyone take your seats. My name is Anjali Patra and I am a 4th semester student here at Central University of Odisha from the Department of English Language and Literature. Before we move on to any further introduction, I would like to call upon Dr. Nirjini Tripathi to felicitate the guest of honor and applause for him. Now next, may we have the honor to felicitate of languages, registrar and finance in charge.
Yeah.
To felicitate our convener, Dr. Nirjini Tripathi.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we always.
Thank you so much. Oh my God. Oh my my God.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I told you this is my anybody else.
This is the master.
So one important announcement. We have a birthday boy. My son Nessa Savar. Happy birthday. Please come over to the stage. My son. So just wait. Sanjit. God bless you. Yours take the cake.
So, very and wish you all the best and thank you very much for your time. Keep in touch. Yes, definitely. Keep in touch. Many events so my one of my brother lives in Dallas. Yes, he settled there. Yes. Also one place. Yes. So you different places? I've lived in different places. So no one, not one place. But I've been teaching in
A warm good evening to you all once again. Now, it is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all, and as we have been surprised already with a small birthday celebration, there is more in package for you. Before we dive into the rich offerings of this evening, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our distinguished guest, Professor Chakravarti Tripathi, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Odisha, Professor N.C. Panna, Dean School of Languages, Registrar in Charge, Finance Officer in Charge, Professor Alan Johnson, Professor of English and Philosophy, Damrosch State University, Dr. Nilshrani Tripathi, Head of Department of English Language and Literature and our esteemed convener, and also I would like to extend a warm welcome to the guests who are not here, Professor Bill Ashcroft and Professor David Damrosch. Now, we should begin our
They had an important meeting and they just came out for this. Thank you so much.
All the best. And also congratulations for being here. See you.
and all the fellow research scholars, faculties, and my fellow contemporaries. Odisha, nestled on India's eastern coast, boasts a rich heritage deeply intertwined with the nation's traditions. The 8 distinct dance styles, Bharatnatyam, Kathak, Odissi, Kuchipudi, Kathakali, Manipuri, Mohiniyattam, and Satriya, each of which originating from different regions of the country, showcase the diversity and richness of Indian culture. From the intricate footwork of Bharatnatyam to the dramatic storytelling of Kathakali, each dance form embodies centuries of tradition, mythology, and emotion, captivating audiences worldwide with its grace, beauty, and timeless appeal. Let us now delve into the vibrant performances that we have in store for you this evening. Odissi, originating from the state of Odisha in eastern India is a classical dance form steeped in antiquity and elegance. The dance form finds its origins in the temple of Jagannath Puri. Legends claim Lord Jagannath himself enjoyed listening to the verses from the Gita Govinda. These verses, sung in the temple, later become a foundation for Odissi music and dance. Shri Kamala is a beautiful piece of abhinaya based on Jayadeva's epic kavya Gita Govinda. In this verse, the poet praises Lord Vishnu and recites his deeds in invocation. He says, "O Lord, you are with the divine spouse of Goddess Lakshmi. You are adorned with sparkling earrings and garland of bright flowers. O Hari, victory to you. You are the destroyer of evil powers and creator of this universe. You reside in the hearts of devotees as a swan swims in a pond. You have vanquished the pride of mighty serpent Kanya to the joy of your Yadava kinsmen. You killed Ravana and established peace in world. O Hari, bestow your kindness and blessings." Now, witness the elegance of Odissi today performed by Udita Mishra, 4th semester student, dance choreography by Padma Vibhushan Guru, Kelushwar Mahapatra, and music by Pandit Bhuvaneshwar Mishra.
चित्रनन्दिनी कुचाग्र चित्रपत्रक प्रकल्पनैक शिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने रतिर्मम नवीन मेघमण्डली निरुद्ध दुर्धर स्फुरकुः निशीथिनी तमः प्रबन्धबद्ध कन्धरः निलिम्पनिर्झरी कलानिधानबन्धुरः श्रियं जगद्धुरन्धरः प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कज प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठकन्दली रुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे अखल्व सर्वमङ्गला कलाकदम्बमञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे विनिर्गमत्क्रमस्फुरत्करालभालहव्यवाढ्यमिद्धिमिद्धिमिध्वनन् मृदङ्गतुङ्गमङ्गलध्वनिक्रम प्रवर्तित प्रचण्ड ताण्डवः शिव विचित्रकल्पयो भुजङ्गमौलिकर्तयो गरिष्ठरत्नलोषयो गुरुद्विपक्षपक्षयो कृष्णारविन्दचक्षुषो प्रजामहि महेन्द्रयो सर्वप्रवृत्तिकः कदा सदा शिवं भजाम्यहम् गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गजेशाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि मेधात्रीवरदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि विश्वो जयहि महिषासुरनिर्णाशि भक्तानं सुखदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि विश्वो जयहि धूम्रनेत्रवदे देवी धर्मकामार्थदायिनी रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जयि रक्तबीजवदे देवी चण्डमुण्डविनाशिनी रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जयि
विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दनुते गिरिवर शिवोधिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि विष्णुनुते भगवति हेशिति कण्ठकुटुम्बिनि भूरिकुटुम्बिनि भूरिकृते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते. Vrinda
ଆମ ବଉଳ ଝୁପା ଝୁପା ଆରେ ଫସ ଫୁଲ ଥିବା ସନାଇ ଥିଲେ ରଙ୍ଗଟା ସୁନ୍ଦରୀ ସରସା
Thank you.